Chapter 12-15. They had lived for more than half of their lives, but it was their first time witnessing a battle between Emperor Wu powerhouses. As he waved his hand, clear ripples appeared in the air. The ground shook, and not a single piece of land remained intact. All the rocks within a few hundred meters were turned into dust regardless of their size. How did his strength increase so much in such a short time? The 7-foot-long spear in Emperor Wu's hand shook, and it came into close contact with the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand again. While the vital energy and blood in his body surged, he was shocked. According to his previous judgment, Duan Lingtian's strength should be weaker than him when he used the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. However, the result was unexpected. If I hadn't broken through to the 4th level Emperor Wu stage half a year ago, I would have definitely lost today's battle. Emperor Wu thought to himself. After the 7-foot-long spear in his hand collided with the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand again, Emperor Wu borrowed the force to retreat quickly. At the same time, he studied the purple figure before him carefully. He had a feeling that this purple-clad young man seemed to be a little different compared to before. His eyes, when did they become so dim and lifeless? Right now, he's just like a walking corpse. Soon after, Emperor Wu noticed this. The purple-clad young man before him had purple hair and red eyes. At first glance, there were no changes. However, if one looked closely, one would notice that his red eyes had lost their previous luster. Only ferocity and ruthlessness remained. It was as though he had turned into a killing machine. Whoosh! The way Duan Lingtian charged toward Emperor Wu made Emperor Wu even more certain of this. A chill rose in Martial Emperor Shiqi's heart when he saw Duan Lingtian charging toward him with his purple hair fluttering in the wind and his bloodshot eyes glaring at him while holding the Devil Seal tablet that was emitting black mist. A killing machine was emotionless. It only knew how to fight based on instinct. As long as its energy was not exhausted, it would continue to fight. Emperor Wu knew this very well. Perhaps his strength was on par with the purple-clothed young man before him, and it was difficult to determine the victor between the two of them. However, if this continued, he would definitely be the loser. This was because he would get tired. He would clearly feel the pain caused by the surging blood and qi in his body every time he fought. If this continued, not only his body, but even his heart would be exhausted. No. I can't go on like this. If this goes on, I won't be able to escape death. With a shake of the 7-foot-long spear in his hand, Emperor Wu once again clashed with the Duan Lingtian. Immediately after, he borrowed the force of the collision and retreated. Thoughts flashed through his mind as he tried to think of a solution. Now, he was completely sure. The purple-clothed youth before him had completely lost his mind. Right now, he was completely under the control of the stone tablet in his hand. The strangeness of the stone tablet caused the greed in Emperor Wu's eyes to diminish. At this time, he also realized. Although the stone tablet in the purple-clothed young man's hand could greatly increase one's strength, it also had extremely frightening side effects. The side effect was that it would turn one into an emotionless killing machine. Subsequently, a scene that caused the 3 Emperor Wu's direct disciples, including Zhu Yi, to be dumbfounded appeared at the southeast side of Lost Stone Forest. They discovered that their master, Emperor Wu, was actually running away. Meanwhile, the purple-clothed figure with purple hair and red eyes was chasing after their master like a shadow, causing their master to be in a wretched state. He did not have the bearing of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu at all. Master is running away. Don't tell me Master can't defeat him. Emperor Wu's direct disciple with the surname Zhao muttered to himself with a horrified expression on his face. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples also heard his muttering. Lord Emperor Wu can't defeat him? No way. Senior brother Zhao said so. We can't see Lord Emperor Wu's movements clearly, but as a powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage, senior brother Zhao must be able to capture some of it. His words shouldn't be wrong. Then, does this mean Lord Emperor Wu is really running away? He's running away from the leader of a low-level first-rate force? At once, all of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers were in an uproar. In their opinion, the most unbelievable thing had just happened. Lord Emperor Wu, who was almost invincible in their eyes, was actually running away from the leader of a low-level first-rate force. Wait a minute. Soon after, the three Emperor Wu's direct disciples who had their eyes fixed on the scene, including Ju Yi, felt their hearts jolt. They discovered that their master wasn't running away. Instead, he was luring the enemy in. To be more precise, he was luring the purple-clothed figure toward the killing formation. The illusory formation in Lost Stone Forest was set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master. It was nothing to a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. However, the killing formation in Lost Stone Forest was personally set up by a Emperor Wu stage inscription master whom their master had hired. It was extremely powerful. Although it was difficult to kill a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, it was still able to interfere with him to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian, who was completely controlled by the energy from the Devil Seal tablet, would, naturally, not take the initiative to avoid the killing formation. All he knew was to kill Emperor Wu, who was standing in front of him. He would not let him go. Therefore, when Emperor Wu lured him into the range of the killing formation, he entered it. As soon as he entered the killing formation, a wave of vast energy swept from all directions. It shrunk rapidly toward Duan Lingtian as though it was going to crush him. The energy was extremely powerful. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage would be crippled if he did not die. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying energy from the killing formation came from all directions and blasted Duan Lingtian's body. In the blink of an eye, the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand rose into the air and arrived above his head. A layer of light extended and shrouded his body. Boom, 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 boom. The overwhelming attack landed on the light shield formed by the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. It caused the light shield to tremble slightly as though it was not under any pressure at all. Roar. Duan Lingtian, who was being protected, seemed to have sensed the dangerous situation he was in. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar like a wild beast. At that moment, his purple hair fluttered rapidly as though it had transformed into purple pythons that danced continuously. Each of the purple pythons seemed to be letting out a silent roar. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned extremely red as though blood was about to drip out of them. Then, he made his move. His hand was as fast as lightning. It followed the vast energy that surged from all directions like a shadow. Before the energy could hit the light shield, he shattered it one by one. Duan Lingtian's action was undoubtedly superfluous in the eyes of most people. Everyone present could see that. The light shield that enveloped Duan Lingtian from the Devil Seal tablet was not afraid of the energy from the killing formation at all. Now is the time. Just when everyone was speechless by Duan Lingtian's action, Emperor Wu, who had successfully lured Duan Lingtian into the killing formation, finally made his move. Whoosh! The 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook. A terrifying energy wrapped around the spear body as though it had transformed into a dragon that was coiling and moving at high speed. Then, it shot out like lightning. The spear seemed to have the help of the gods. It seemed to carry an unparalleled divine might as it ruthlessly landed on the light shield formed by the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. Boom! With a loud bang, the light shield shook. As the energy on the 7-foot-long spear was depleted, a gap appeared on the light shield. It was a gap the size of 3 adult fists. Whoosh! Just as the gap began to fill up by itself, Emperor Wu made his move. His palm swept out and landed on Duan Lingtian's body through the gap. To be more precise, it landed on Duan Lingtian's dantian. Bang! In an instant, Duan Lingtian's dantian was shattered. Then, like a balloon bursting, the origin energy in it spilled out as though it was worthless. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Master, destroy his dantian. Suddenly, Ju Yi's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in excitement. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's expression changed abruptly. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was in a state of madness, only the 3 Emperor Wu's direct disciples, including Ju Yi, saw the speed of Emperor Wu's attack. His dantian has been destroyed. The outcome has been decided. Emperor Wu's direct disciple with the surname Zhao sighed in relief as a bright smile appeared on his face. His dantian was destroyed. At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers felt as though they were dreaming. However, the truth was right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. The purple-clad young man who could fight with their Lost Stone Forest's Lord Emperor Wu had his dantian destroyed by Lord Emperor Wu. He's digging his own grave by coming to our Lost Stone Forest to look for trouble. That's right. Our Lost Stone Forest's Emperor Wu is a famous figure in the entire Cloud Continent. How can he fight with Lord Emperor Wu? He's overestimating himself. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers did not forget to mock Duan Lingtian when they saw that the situation was one-sided. They had mocking smiles on their faces. However, the smiles on their faces froze soon after. This was because what happened next was completely out of their expectations. According to their imagination, Duan Lingtian's dantian was destroyed. He would not be able to fight anymore and would be killed by their Lost Stone Forest's Emperor Wu. However, that was not the case. As Duan Lingtian's dantian was destroyed by Emperor Wu's palm strike, the origin energy in his dantian was completely drained away. The dantian that had lost all of its origin energy was suddenly shrouded by the black mist on his body. Subsequently, the black mist rapidly twisted and formed a black whirlpool that emitted a terrifying suction force. Boom! At this moment, the Devil Seal tablet above Duan Lingtian's head trembled. A terrifying shockwave swept out and sent Emperor Wu, who was close to Shi, flying. Barf! Emperor Wu, who was sent flying, turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. How's this possible? I've destroyed his dantian. Chapter 12:16. The whirlpool formed in Duan Lingtian's dantian was like a beast opening its bloody mouth as it swallowed all of the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. During this process, waves of vast and majestic aura rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It continued to spread out, causing everyone including Shi and Emperor Wu to shudder. This energy was powerful and domineering. What kind of energy is that? Emperor Wu's face turned grave. He could feel that the rising energy from the purple-clad young man before him seemed to have exceeded the scope of his understanding. In a place where no one could see, which was Duan Lingtian's dantian, waves of black energy that entered Duan Lingtian's dantian continued to gather in the middle of his dantian. In the end, it condensed into a black flame that emitted a deep soul aura. All of a sudden, the fluttering violet hair on Duan Lingtian's head slowly fell down to land on his shoulders, and his crimson-red eyes seemed to have lost some of its ruthlessness. Subsequently, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at Emperor Wu. With just a glance, Emperor Wu was filled with dread as though he was facing a formidable enemy. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's action stunned everyone present. After Duan Lingtian glanced at Emperor Wu, he disappeared before everyone's eyes as though he was never there. So fast. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Emperor Wu's eyes could not help but narrow in shock. He realized that with Duan Lingtian's current speed, even if he used the quasi-royal grade spirit spear and flew at full speed, he still would not be able to catch up to him. Although Duan Lingtian's departure was sudden, Emperor Wu sighed in relief. He had a feeling. If Duan Lingtian, whose dantian had undergone a transformation, attacked him, he would definitely die. So fast. The two Emperor Wu's direct disciples with the surname Zhao and the surname Sun were shocked. They realized that when the purple-clad young man disappeared this time, they could not even catch a trace of his movements. Ju Yi also realized this, and his face turned extremely grave. However, his eyes lit up again very quickly. This was because he realized that when Duan Lingtian left, not only did he not bring the lady who was standing nearby with him, but he also did not bring the mysterious stone tablet that gave him such a powerful energy. However, Ju Yi's face turned gloomy again very quickly. This was because he realized that the stone tablet was in the hands of his master, Emperor Wu. He knew that it was almost impossible for him to obtain the stone tablet now. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu stood at the side, and her pitilessly beautiful face was filled with worry. She had seen the transformation on Duan Lingtian's body from the beginning until the end. Although Duan Lingtian did not bring her along when he left, she did not blame Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but she was also worried about Duan Lingtian's current situation. She knew that something must have happened to Duan Lingtian that she did not know about. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu's red clothes fluttered as she prepared to leave Lost Stone Forest to chase after Duan Lingtian. However, She was quickly stopped by Ju Yi. Ju Yi said nonchalantly, "Don't forget our agreement. If you run away now, I don't mind making a trip to the Ling Tian sect and annihilating the entire Ling Tian sect." Feng Tianwu's expression changed when she heard Ju Yi's threat. She said in a deep voice, "You've seen what elder brother Duan is capable of. How dare you provoke me and the Ling Tian sect? Aren't you afraid of death?" "Humph." Ju Yi snorted disdainfully. "I admit that the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier is very powerful. However, that's the strength that was given to him by the stone tablet. Now that he's lost the stone tablet, do you think I'll be afraid of him even if he makes a comeback?" Ju Yi had a mocking smile on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. In his opinion, without the stone tablet, Duan Lingtian was not a match for him at all. He could kill him with just a flip of his palm. Although Feng Tianwu was extremely furious, when she thought about how much the Ling Tian sect meant to her elder brother Duan, she suppressed her anger in the end. "I hope you won't regret this." In the end, Feng Tianwu glanced at Ju Yi coldly before she turned around and left. She returned to the stone house that she was staying in. Regret? I, Ju Yi, don't know what regret is. Ju Yi smiled disdainfully before his eyes landed on the devil seal tablet that was left behind by Duan Lingtian in Emperor Wu's hand. A greedy expression appeared on his face. All of the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu, including the other two Emperor Wu's direct disciples, were staring at the devil seal tablet in Emperor Wu's hand just like Ju Yi. That stone tablet gave them too much of a shock. It allowed a martial monarch powerhouse whose strength was weaker than Ju Yi to possess the strength to fight with their lost stone forest's Emperor Wu. Not only that, even if the person who used the stone tablet to raise his strength had his dantian destroyed, not only would he be able to display powerful strength, but he would also be able to fly. In their opinion, it was truly inconceivable. In a place extremely far away in the east of Lost Stone Forest. Whoosh! A purple figure moved at an extremely fast speed and left Lost Stone Forest in just a blink of an eye. It was none other than Duan Lingtian who had just left Lost Stone Forest. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still maintained his appearance after devilification. He had purple hair, red eyes, and a blank expression on his face. He looked like a walking corpse. "Kid, you're really bold. You're much stronger than I was back then. You've absorbed the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal tablet into your body 3 times with the body of an innate stage martial artist. You really don't want to live anymore." In Duan Lingtian's mind, a loud and clear voice that was full of energy suddenly sounded out. "Humph! If I didn't gather my soul and rebirth to absorb the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal tablet, you would have died a long time ago. However, you don't have to thank me. You used the Devil Seal tablet 3 times. You can consider it as helping me gather my soul and rebirth. We're even now." The owner of the loud and clear voice couldn't stop once he opened his mouth. He was like a chatterbox. "However, you still owe me a life. If I didn't stop you from attacking that little fellow at the innate void restoration stage in time, your soul would have been destroyed a long time ago. You better believe me. Your soul is on the verge of collapsing after the exhaustion. If you dare to recklessly use the soul remnant energy from the Devil Seal tablet again, your soul will definitely be destroyed. Once your soul is destroyed, this saint will be forced to accept this broken body of yours. This saint doesn't want this broken body of yours. Remember, you owe this saint a life. In the future, you must find a superior body for this saint. I don't ask for much. I just want the body of a direct descendant of the dragons." The chatterbox continued to talk as though he did not know the meaning of exhaustion. "That's right. I forgot that you can't hear me anymore. However, it's been so many years since I last spoke. It's really satisfying to talk so much now. Let the remaining soul remnant energy in your body bring you to a place to rest first. I'll then absorb it and let your suppressed soul recover. If I absorb it now, you'll definitely fall to your death. At that time, it'll be over for both of us. You better believe me. You're now a cripple with a crippled dantian. It's really embarrassing for your dantian to be crippled by a little fellow at the innate void restoration stage." The chatterbox continued to talk tirelessly. He could not stop at all. It was fortunate that Duan Lingtian could not hear him now. Otherwise, he would be annoyed to death. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lost Stone Forest regained its peace. The destroyed stone forest in the southeast was also restored to its original state. It was as if it had never been destroyed. The group of Emperor Wu's followers was very efficient when they made their move. Although the destroyed stone forest was repaired, the incident that happened 3 days ago was destined to be unforgettable for the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers who were present that day. The purple-clad young man with purple hair and red eyes would occasionally appear in their minds. It caused their scalps to go numb as chills ran down their spines. The purple figure had become their nightmare. Whoosh! On this day, a figure appeared out of thin air outside Lost Stone Forest. It was a sturdy old man dressed in a red robe. The old man had a grayish-white beard, and his long grayish-white hair was scattered on his shoulders and back. It was not tied up with a hairband. A gust of wind blew, and the red robe on the old man's body fluttered as though it had transformed into a blazing flame. It made him look like a fire god had descended. Without warning, the red-robed old man disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, he was already in Lost Stone Forest. As for the illusory formations and killing formations in Lost Stone Forest, they were completely ignored by him. He walked into Lost Stone Forest as though he was walking on flat ground. "Who's that?" The red-robed old man's appearance quickly alerted many of Emperor Wu's followers. A group of Emperor Wu's followers appeared and surrounded the red-robed old man. There was a hint of dread on the faces of these Emperor Wu's followers. They were a little scared in their hearts. Could this old man be a freak like the purple-clad young man from 3 days ago? Based on the current situation, both of them seemed to be quite similar. At the very least, when they entered Lost Stone Forest, it was as though they were walking on flat ground. They completely ignored the illusory formations and killing formations. Heh! The red-robed old man who was frowning when he saw the group of Emperor Wu's followers in Lost Stone Forest suddenly seemed to have noticed something. His eyes lit up right away. "Fire spirit body?" Subsequently, he exclaimed softly before vanishing before the group of Emperor Wu's followers. Whoosh! The moment the red-robed old man disappeared, the group of Emperor Wu's followers felt a gust of wind blowing toward the depths of Lost Stone Forest. *T. He's gone in. At once, all of Emperor Wu's followers had a change of expression. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A powerhouse has broken in! A powerhouse has broken in! At once, the group of Emperor Wu's followers flew out and flew at full speed toward the depths of Lost Stone Forest. They shouted anxiously, trying their best to warn Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers in the depths of Lost Stone Forest. Chapter 12:17. In the depths of Lost Stone Forest, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of a stone house that was completely hollowed out. It was a muscular old man in a red robe. It was the red-robed old man who had just entered Lost Stone Forest. "You used to have the fire spirit body?" At this moment, the old man was looking at the stone house before him with gleaming eyes. His tone was solemn as though he was talking to the air. "How did you know?" Almost at the instant the old man's words left his mouth, the stone house's door opened automatically. A figure that looked like a fire spirit appeared before the old man's eyes. It was a lady in red. The lady had a peerless appearance that could cause the downfall of a nation. As soon as she appeared, it seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison. "Good, good." The old man studied the red-robed lady before him and kept saying good. The more he looked at her, the more satisfied he was. "What's your name?" The old man asked the red-robed lady, who was also Feng Tianwu, kindly. "You haven't answered me." Feng Tianwu did not answer the old man. "Because I used to have the fire spirit body too." The old man replied with a smile, "You can say that we're the same type of people." "You used to have the fire spirit body too?" Feng Tianwu was a little surprised when she heard the old man's words. Although she had lost her memory, she had learned about the fire spirit body from the man she liked a long time ago. She also knew that it was all thanks to that man that she was able to get rid of the fire spirit body. As for how difficult it was for an ordinary possessor of the fire spirit body to break free from the shackles of the fire spirit body exploding at the age of 30 was something she knew very well from that man. Since the old man before her could get rid of the shackles of the fire spirit body, it meant that he was not an ordinary person. Only people with the same innate spirit body can sense each other. Don't you think I'm very close to you? The old man asked with a kind smile on his face. I think so, a little. Feng Tianwu nodded. She realized that apart from that man, she was extremely cold to everyone else. However, not only was she not cold to this old man whom she met for the first time, she even started chatting with him. Who are you? How dare you trespass into our lost stone forest? Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out like a thunderclap, and it caused Feng Tianwu's expression to turn grim. She hurriedly looked at the red-robed old man before her. Leave quickly. The people here aren't to be trifled with. You're very kind. The red-robed old man smiled and nodded in satisfaction. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, he turned around and looked at a young man who was rushing over from not far away. The young man was dressed in black and was tall. He was currently glaring at the red-robed old man and said coldly, Old man, do you know the consequences of trespassing on our lost stone forest? The black-clad young man was none other than Ju Yi. Consequences? I'm very curious. What are the consequences? The red-robed old man calmly looked at Ju Yi and asked. Since you're curious, I'll tell you. The consequence is death. Ju Yi didn't expect that the red-robed old man would dare to talk back to him. He flew into a rage and shouted. His entire body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning as he shot toward the red-robed old man. Be careful. Ju Yi's speed was too fast. Even if Feng Tianwu wanted to save him, it was too late. All she could do was cry out in alarm. Boom. Soon after, a loud sound reverberated in the air. It was accompanied by waves of rolling airwaves that turned into gusts of strong wind that blew the surrounding boulders. Especially the stone house that Feng Tianwu lived in, it was directly destroyed by the rolling airwaves. The stone house was originally formed by hollowing out a boulder. Compared to the boulder, it was much weaker. Bath. Then, Feng Tianwu saw Ju Yi was sent flying backward like an arrow that was released from a bow. He continued to spit out blood along the way and looked extremely wretched. On the other hand, the red-robed old man stood there without moving an inch. It was as though nothing had happened to him. You're Emperor Wu? Finally, Ju Yi came to a halt and looked at the red-robed old man with a grave expression. Only a powerhouse like Emperor Wu could take his attack head-on without moving an inch. Your ability is considered pretty good among the martial Monarch stage martial artists. If I'm not mistaken, you must be that brat Shiqi's direct disciple, right? The red-robed old man asked calmly as he glanced at Ju Yi indifferently. That brat Shiqi? The moment the red-robed old man's words left his mouth, not only was Ju Yi dumbfounded, but even Feng Tianwu was shocked by him. This old man addressed the owner of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, as a brat. You. Senior, who are you? As Emperor Wu's favorite direct disciple, Ju Yi was extremely good at observing people's expressions. At that moment, he realized he might have kicked an iron plate, so he asked anxiously. The red-robed old man ignored Ju Yi's question and said loudly, Shiqi brat, you're really arrogant. Do you want me to invite you out? The red-robed old man's voice that contained origin energy swept through the entire Lost Stone Forest in just a blink of an eye. At that moment, the entire Lost Stone Forest was in an uproar. Shiqi brat. Oh my god. Who's the person who spoke? He actually addressed Lord Emperor Wu as a brat. If he's not here to look for trouble, then he's most likely Emperor Wu's senior. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers began to discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, Emperor Wu's followers who were chasing the red-robed old man into the depths of Lost Stone Forest stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. Don't tell me that the old man who addressed Lord Emperor Wu as a brat is the same old man from earlier. One of the martial emperor's followers asked as he swallowed his saliva. Apart from him, there shouldn't be a second old man in Lost Stone Forest. It should be him. Another Emperor Wu's follower said. Soon after, the group of Emperor Wu's followers who were charging toward the depths of Lost Stone Forest turned around and returned to the place where they were patrolling. At this moment, they realized something. They could not afford to offend the red-robed old man. Senior Kai Hua. In the depths of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu appeared not long after the red-robed old man spoke. After Martial Emperor Shi appeared, he bowed respectfully at the red-robed old man. This scene stunned Ju Yi and Feng Tianwu, who were standing at the side. Even the other two Emperor Wu's direct disciples who heard the news were stunned. They stared blankly at the scene before them and could not regain their senses for a long time. Shi, judging by the speed you displayed earlier, you've made a breakthrough? The red-robed old man, Kai Hua, whom Martial Emperor Shi referred to as, asked as he sized Martial Emperor Shi up with interest. Senior Kai Hua, you have a good eye. Emperor Wu smiled and nodded before asking, Senior Kai Hua, when did you return to Cloud Continent? When did he return to Cloud Continent? The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, Feng Tianwu looked at Kai Hua in confusion. This old man was not from Cloud Continent. As for Ju Yi, his expression changed instantly. He's a powerhouse from outside Cloud Continent. I just returned, Kai Hua replied. He then looked at Ju Yi and said nonchalantly, Shi boy, your direct disciple is quite strong. Upon hearing Kai Hua's words, Ju Yi did not wait for his master to react. He hurriedly bowed humbly and apologized respectfully. Senior Kai Hua, I didn't know your identity earlier. Please forgive me for offending you. Ju Yi, what did you do? At this moment, Emperor Wu finally regained his senses. He looked at Ju Yi and asked in a deep voice. Master, I mistakenly thought Senior Kai Hua was an outsider who trespassed into our Lost Stone Forest, so, Ju Yi did not finish his sentence, but Emperor Wu could roughly guess what had happened. Senior Kai Hua, please forgive my disciple for offending you. Emperor Wu followed suit and bowed respectfully to Kai Hua. There was a hint of respect between his brows. It's just a small matter. Kai Hua shook his head, indicating that he would not take it to heart. After a while, he said, I returned to Cloud Continent this time mainly to remind all of you. That matter has been brought forward by a year. You can start preparing now. A year? Emperor Wu was slightly surprised. Senior Kai Hua, why is that so? I don't know the exact reason. I'm just a messenger. Now that the message has been delivered, it's time for me to leave, Kai Hua said calmly. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the red-clad lady standing next to him, Feng Tianwu. I'd like to take this little girl with me. You don't have any objections, right? Kai Hua asked as he stared deeply at Martial Emperor Shi. Of course, I don't have any objections. Emperor Wu quickly responded. Put aside the fact that Feng Tianwu was not related to him, even if she was his direct disciple, as long as Kai Hua asked, he would transfer her to Kai Hua. When Ju Yi heard that Kai Hua wanted to take Feng Tianwu away, although his expression was slightly grave, he did not dare to do anything. Kai Hua was someone even his master, Emperor Wu, feared. Naturally, he did not dare to offend him. Girl, come with me. With your innate talent, you shouldn't be buried here, Kai Hua said to Feng Tianwu. It was obvious he thought Feng Tianwu was Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. I can go with you. However, you have to help me kill them, Feng Tianwu said slowly as she looked at Emperor Wu and Ju Yi. Huh? Kai Hua was stunned. Then, he looked at Martial Emperor Shi and Ju Yi. When both of them felt goosebumps rising on their skin, he asked curiously, how did they offend you? He thought the red-clad lady next to him was Emperor Wu's direct disciple as well. However, it seemed like that was not the case. They deserve to die, Feng Tianwu said coldly. Senior Kai Hua, Martial Emperor Shi wanted to say something when he saw Kai Hua sizing him up. However, he was interrupted by Kai Hua. Don't you think it's better if you kill them with your own strength? Kai Hua asked as he looked at Feng Tianwu. Chapter 12:18. Feng Tianwu remained silent as she looked at Emperor Wu and Ju Yi. She seemed to be thinking about something. Emperor Wu and Ju Yi's expressions changed when they noticed Feng Tianwu's complicated gaze. They were worried that the lady before them was determined to get Kai Hua to kill them. They did not think Kai Hua would reject her based on his attitude toward her. Hand over the stone tablet. Feng Tianwu looked at Emperor Wu and said in a deep voice. Stone tablet. Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. Naturally, he knew what the stone tablet was. It was none other than the stone tablet the purple-clad young man left behind when he left 3 days ago. The stone tablet was mysterious and strange. It gave the purple-clad young man a power that made his heart palpitate. He had been studying the stone tablet for the past 3 days but to no avail. However, he had a strong feeling that he would definitely gain something if he continued to study it. Although he was sure the stone tablet would make people lose their minds, he could not help but be tempted when he thought about the terrifying power the stone tablet gave the purple-clad young man. However, the lady before him wanted him to hand over the stone tablet. He hesitated. It was impossible not to hand it over. It was because Kai Hua was here. However, he was unwilling to hand it over. Just as Emperor Wu was feeling conflicted, a familiar voice entered his ears through voice transmission. "Master, I have a way to help you protect the stone tablet." Emperor Wu's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. He could tell that the voice belonged to Ju Yi, who was standing beside him. "What is it?" Emperor Wu asked immediately, although he had already made plans for the worst-case scenario. Now that he heard there was a way to protect the stone tablet, his mind was instantly filled with excitement. "Master, how about this?" Ju Yi transmitted his voice to Martial Emperor Shiqi through voice transmission. "All right. We'll do as you say. I forgot that you have a highly retentive memory." Emperor Wu replied through voice transmission. A hint of joy could be seen in his eyes. "Shiqi, this girl wants something from you. It means she's planning to kill you in the future. If I were to kill you now, she wouldn't need anything from you at all. Everything will belong to her after you die." Although Kai Hua did not know what the stone tablet the lady beside him wanted from Emperor Wu was, his expression darkened when he saw Emperor Wu hesitating, and a hint of anger could be heard in his voice. If it was not because of the relationship between him and Emperor Wu, it would not be convenient for him to kill him personally. He would not have given the lady beside him such a suggestion. He would have suggested that she would kill Emperor Wu and his master in the future. Naturally, if Feng Tianwu insisted to kill her to kill him. This was because in his opinion, Feng Tianwu was far more important than Emperor Wu. In front of Feng Tianwu, the relationship between him and Emperor Wu was not worth mentioning at all. "Senior Kai Hua, I've placed the stone tablet in my cultivation place. How about I make a trip there and retrieve it?" Emperor Wu could hear the anger in Kai Hua's voice. He could not help but shudder. "Go," Kai Hua said nonchalantly. "Yes." Emperor Wu hurriedly replied and left immediately. After Emperor Wu left, Ju Yi glanced at Kai Hua. A hint of awkwardness could be seen between his brows. "Senior Kai Hua, I'll go and have a look as well." Without waiting for Kai Hua's reply, he hastily left and followed after Emperor Wu. For a time, only a group of Emperor Wu's disciples, Emperor Wu's followers, and 2 of Emperor Wu's direct disciples were left at the scene. Who is this red-robed old man? Even Master is so respectful to him. This is truly inconceivable. "This is unbelievable," one of Emperor Wu's direct disciples muttered. The other Emperor Wu's direct disciple did not say anything. However, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the old man. As for the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers, they were stunned. They did not regain their senses for a long time. After a long time, although many of them regained their senses, they did not dare to say anything. It was as though they were afraid they would anger the red-robed old man if they said something wrong. What a joke! Even their Lost Stone Forest's Emperor Wu had to bow and greet this red-robed old man humbly when he saw him. Their Lost Stone Forest's Emperor Wu was like a mouse that had seen a cat when he saw him. "Where are you bringing me?" Feng Tianwu asked as she looked at Kai Hua. "A place outside of Cloud Continent. It's a vast world. There's a better cultivation environment there. I'll do my best to give you the best cultivation resources." Kai Hua said with a burning gaze, "Your innate talent is much more powerful than mine." As a former possessor of the fire spirit body, it was easy for Kai Hua to sense Feng Tianwu's innate talent. Her innate talent was much more powerful than his. "You want me to acknowledge you as my master?" Feng Tianwu asked again. "That's right." Kai Hua nodded with a smile before he said, "In my entire life, I've only accepted 3 direct disciples when I was still on Cloud Continent. Now, there's only one left. A hint of sadness could be heard in Kai Hua's voice when he reached the end of his sentence. Just because I used to possess the fire spirit body? Feng Tianwu asked. That's right. Kai Hua nodded before he said solemnly, although you've gotten rid of the fire spirit body, your body has been modified to have a body that's close to the fire attribute. As long as you cultivate the fire attribute cultivation method, your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Kai Hua's eyes were filled with passion when he reached the end of his sentence. He said, I have a feeling that your future achievements will surpass mine. I can acknowledge you as my master, and I can also leave with you. However, before that, I hope you can promise me one thing. Feng Tianwu said. Tell me. The more Kai Hua looked at Feng Tianwu, the more satisfied he was with her. Even if Feng Tianwu had a request, he would agree to it without hesitation. While Kai Hua and Feng Tianwu were talking, Shiqi and Juyi were standing opposite each other in a stone house that was excavated from a gigantic rock in the Shiqi Emperor Wu's cultivation place. Juyi, hurry up and memorize the words and veins on this stone tablet. I'll go look for a stone that looks similar to this stone tablet. When the time comes, you can forge an identical stone tablet. I'll pass it to Senior Kai Hua. Kai Hua raised his hand and handed a stone tablet with a chipped corner to Juyi. Then, he disappeared into thin air again. He and Juyi planned to forge an identical stone tablet and pass it to Feng Tianwu, who had Kai Hua as her backer. Although it was easy to forge an exact copy of the stele, it would still take a long time to do so. After all, it was just a look. It would take a lot of verification. However, Kai Hua did not have that much time now. However, Juyi was born with a photographic memory. As long as he looked at something carefully, it would be as though it was engraved in his mind. Therefore, as long as he memorized the words and veins on the stone tablet, it would only take him a moment to forge an identical stone tablet. Juyi was the one who came up with the idea of swapping the stone tablet. Naturally, Juyi did not come up with this idea for his master, Shiqi Emperor Wu. It was for himself. Master, I'm sorry. I want this stone tablet as well. Juyi looked at the stone tablet in his hand. His eyes were as bright as the stars. Then, he raised his hand, and another stone tablet appeared in his other hand. At first glance, it was identical to the stone tablet in his hand, whether it was the size, the words, or the veins. Even the missing corner was exactly the same. I originally planned to wait for the best opportunity to swap the stone tablet, but I didn't expect even God to help me. This stone tablet left behind by Duan Lingtian belongs to me, Juyi, from today onwards. Juyi's hand shook as he put away the stone tablet that was given to him by Shiqi Emperor Wu. As for the other stone tablet that he had forged long ago, he held it in his hand and looked at it as if it was real. At this moment, Martial Emperor Shiqi, who went out to look for the stone, did not expect his direct disciple had already memorized all the features of the stone tablet 3 days ago with his photographic memory. Not only that, but he also spent a lot of effort to find a suitable stone and forge it into a stone tablet that was exactly the same as the stone tablet. A fake devil seal tablet. Whoosh. After a few breaths, Emperor Wu returned with a huge stone in his hand. Juyi, if you can pass off the fake as the real thing this time, Master will definitely treat you well. Thank you, Master. Juyi took the stone and hurriedly responded. However, his heart was filled with disdain. So what if he did not treat him badly? He was still unwilling to give the stone tablet to him. Fortunately, he had obtained the stone tablet using his own method. After taking the stone, Juyi raised his hand and a saber appeared in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The saber rose and fell. In just a dozen breaths, a stone tablet that was identical to the devil seal tablet appeared in his hand. Master, what do you think? Juyi asked with a smile as he passed the 2 fake devil seal tablets in his hand to Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu did not know that the real devil seal tablet had been swapped. After comparing the 2 devil seal tablets, his eyes lit up immediately. They're exactly the same. They're exactly the same. If I didn't know this stone tablet was real, even I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the real and the fake. Emperor Wu sighed as he looked at the fake Devil Seal tablet that had been swapped by Ju Yi and the fake Devil Seal tablet that Ju Yi had just forged. Master, quickly pass this fake stone tablet to that woman. I won't be going with you. I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation from now on to raise my cultivation base so I can share your burden. Chapter 12:19. All right. Emperor Wu nodded and did not suspect anything. Then, he disappeared before Ju Yi's eyes. From the beginning until the end, he did not suspect Ju Yi at all. Naturally, this was also because he did not expect Ju Yi to have prepared a fake Devil Seal tablet long ago and was waiting for an opportunity like today to swap it for a fake one. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It was enough to describe the situation he was in. As for him, he was none other than Mantis. Ju Yi took a deep breath when he saw Emperor Wu leaving. His face was filled with excitement. However, he calmed down soon after. Now, I must leave Lost Stone Forest and find a place where Master can't find me to comprehend the tablet that Duan Lingtian left behind. Ju Yi thought to himself as he moved and left Lost Stone Forest immediately. After leaving Lost Stone Forest, he headed north as fast as lightning. He did not dare to stop for even a moment. I must leave far away before Master finds out that the tablet is fake. Otherwise, I won't be able to escape death. It was precisely because of this pressure that Ju Yi fled with all his might. Although he was the direct disciple that Emperor Wu valued the most. However, Martial Emperor Shi would not be merciful because of this. Emperor Wu's dignity was not to be trifled with. Nobody in the huge Lost Stone Forest, including Emperor Wu, knew about Ju Yi's departure. Senior Kai Hua. Emperor Wu returned to Kai Hua and Feng Tianwu with the Devil Seal tablet that Ju Yi had just forged. He passed it to Feng Tianwu. Is this it? Kai Hua asked. Feng Tianwu nodded. She did not notice that the Devil Seal tablet was fake and immediately put it away in her spatial ring. If that's the case, I'll go with you to look for your elder brother Duan. Kai Hua said to Feng Tianwu. Thank you, Master. Feng Tianwu quickly thanked him. This was one of the conditions for Feng Tianwu to become Kai Hua's disciple. Kai Hua smiled in satisfaction before he left with Feng Tianwu. The two fiery red figures disappeared before Martial Emperor Shi's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Martial Emperor Shi heaved a sigh of relief as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. Soon, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. That stone tablet is finally left behind. Humph. As long as I understand that stone tablet, I won't be afraid of you, Kai Hua. After muttering to himself, Emperor Wu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. As an Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent, Shi had his own dignity. Although he had to act subservient because of Kai Hua's strength, he still felt his dignity was being trampled on. Master! Master! At this moment, the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples who had been watching by the side came to Shi's side. They had a puzzled expression on their faces as they asked about the red-robed old man's background. When Kai Hua was still on Cloud Continent, I was Emperor Wu's disciple under his command. At that time, I was only a 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist, and he was the high and mighty Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu's eyes gleamed as he said slowly, whoosh. The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples were shocked. It did not cross their minds that their master, the master of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, was Emperor Wu's disciple under the red-robed old man. Master, you're Emperor Wu's direct disciple under his command? One of Emperor Wu's direct disciples asked. No. At that time, in his eyes, I'll never be able to compare to his 3 direct disciples. That's why he never took me as his direct disciple. Emperor Wu shook his head. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of resentment in his tone. Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples were instantly petrified. That red-robed old man actually looked down on their master in the past and was unwilling to take their master as his direct disciple. He must be regretting it now. I'm afraid he never imagined that you'd be able to break through to the Emperor Wu stage and become the high and mighty Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent. One of Emperor Wu's direct disciples said. It's true that he didn't expect me to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. However, he doesn't regret it. This is because his 3 direct disciples had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage earlier than me. Emperor Wu said again. Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, the 2 Emperor Wu's direct disciples fell silent. At the same time, they also realized how terrifying the red-robed old man was. The 3 direct disciples had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage earlier than their master, Emperor Wu. Just how terrifying was he himself? This was something that they found hard to imagine. On Cloud Continent, in the mountains near a big city near the central area of the Innerland, a figure descended from the sky and landed in a valley filled with lush flowers and plants. The figure landed and stood in the valley. Wisps of black mist emanated from his body as he emitted a terrifying aura. It caused the birds in the valley to fly away. Some wild beasts and fierce beasts even fled in all directions. It was a purple-clad young man. Unlike ordinary people, he had an extremely bewitching purple long hair. It fluttered in the absence of wind like purple pythons. It gave people a bone-chilling feeling. Apart from that, his eyes were also different from ordinary people's. They were completely red. At this moment, he looked like a bloodthirsty Shura who had crawled out from hell. It's been 3 days, and I finally found a decent place. At this moment, a loud and energetic voice resonated in the purple-clad young man's mind. Now, it's time to absorb the remaining soul energy in this boy's body. However, after I've finished absorbing the soul energy, this boy won't be able to use it anymore. What a pitiful boy. As the voice left his mouth, the black mist around the purple-clad young man standing in the valley quickly retracted. In the end, it completely retracted into his body and went straight to the depths of his mind. Meanwhile, he was stunned on the spot. He did not move for a long time. However, his long purple hair and blood-red eyes were gradually fading. In the end, they returned to the black hair and eyes of a normal human. 15 minutes later. I've finally finished absorbing. This boy's soul is actually damaged. He won't become an idiot, right? Soon after, the loud voice resonated again. However, it was no longer energetic this time. A damaged soul could be a big or small matter. If it was a light one, he would lose his memory. If it was a serious one, he would become an idiot and never wake up again. He would become a living dead. Strange. This is really strange. What kind of monster is this boy? His soul is actually repairing itself. Based on this speed, it'll be completely repaired in 3 to 5 years. The loud voice resonated again. This time, it was filled with energy again. At this moment, the purple-clad young man who was originally standing in the valley with a dull expression and a dull gaze finally moved. That pair of dull eyes of his suddenly had a glimmer of light. His dull and pale face finally regained some color. The purple-clad young man gently stretched his numb body. Then, he opened his hands and muttered to himself with a dull expression, Who am I? Who the hell knows who you are? Almost at the same time, a loud voice resonated in his mind. It shocked him so much that his expression changed drastically. Who are you? Why are you in my body? The purple-clad young man's eyes narrowed. Panic was written all over his face. Why are you panicking? If I wanted to harm you, you would have died countless times. You heartless boy. If it wasn't for me, you would have been dead. The loud voice sounded dissatisfied. You said. You saved me. When the purple-clad young man heard this, he frowned and shook his head vigorously. I think. I can't remember. It's normal. Boy, your soul is damaged. It'd be strange if you remembered everything. The loud voice resonated. Damaged soul? The purple-clad young man's eyes narrowed again. My soul is damaged. Although I don't remember who I am, and I don't remember you saving me. According to my remaining memories, a damaged soul doesn't seem to be a good thing. Nonsense. Of course, it's not a good thing. The loud voice said snappily, however, since you know that a damaged soul isn't a good thing, it means that you haven't completely lost your memories. You've just selectively lost them. Selective memory loss was also known as selective amnesia. Of course, this selection was not made by the person himself. I seem to remember. Fused profundity, sword profundity. Where's my origin energy? The purple-clad young man frowned as the five-colored energy and sharp sword energy rose from his body. It was as though he had discovered something was amiss. Your dantian is crippled. Naturally, the origin energy accumulated in your dantian is gone. The loud voice resonated again. My dantian is crippled. When the purple-clad young man heard this, he frowned and muttered to himself, this doesn't seem to be a good thing. However, it seems like a crippled dantian can be easily repaired. Easy my ass. In this small mortal continent of yours, the best healing pills are only acquired pills. Without innate pills, you want to repair your dantian? You must be dreaming. The loud voice was filled with disdain. Innate pills? This doesn't seem to be called an innate pill. Let me think. I think it's called a royal grade resurrection pill. Yes. It's a royal grade resurrection pill. As the purple-clad young man muttered to himself, a pill bottle appeared in his hand. He opened the pill bottle and poured out pills one by one into his hand. The medicinal fragrance permeated the entire valley, attracting many birds, wild beasts, and fierce beasts. However, although they came, they did not dare to get close to the purple-clad young man. This was because the five-colored energy and the invisible sword energy on the purple-clad young man's body gave them a strong sense of oppression. They did not dare to take even half a step closer to him. Peonate pills. Chapter 12:20. The purple-clad young man glanced at the 10 pills in his hand and threw them into his mouth without saying anything. He chewed a few times and swallowed them. A cow chewing on peony. A loud voice scolded. It was obvious he could not stand the way the purple-clad young man swallowed the pills. Boy, you're just a mortal stage martial cultivator from the mortal continent. Where did you get the innate pills from? Soon after, the loud voice asked again. Mortal stage martial cultivator? The purple-clad young man was confused. He asked in confusion, what's that? Humph. A mortal stage martial cultivator refers to a martial cultivator like you who hasn't transcended the mortal realm. Mortal stage martial cultivators are divided into acquired stage martial cultivators and innate stage martial cultivators. The loud voice said. I've never heard of it. The purple-clad young man shook his head. Then it should be because the cultivation levels in your mortal continent are different. How are the cultivation levels here divided? The loud voice asked. Cultivation levels? The purple-clad young man frowned as though he was thinking seriously. After a while, his eyes lit up as he said, I remember now. The cultivation levels are divided into 10 levels: body tempering stage, core formation stage, origin core stage. Wait a minute. Before the purple-clad young man could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the loud voice. It said impatiently, I'm too lazy to listen to you about the 10 levels. Just tell me, what stage do the martial cultivators here have to cultivate to before they can fly in the air? Fly in the air? The purple-clad young man pondered for a moment and muttered, I remember now. They have to cultivate to the void prying stage before they can fly in the air. After they break through to the void prying stage, they seem to have to be struck by lightning. That's the 6-9 heavenly tribulation from the heavens. The loud and clear voice said angrily, then it lowered its voice. In that case, when the martial cultivators here break through from the postnatal stage to the innate stage, they'll break through to the void prying stage. If I'm not mistaken, the void prying stage here should be equivalent to the innate essence refinement stage in the Tao martial saint land. This level of martial cultivator is the lowest level of the innate stage. The loud voice said slowly. What's the innate essence refinement stage? The purple-clad young man asked curiously. It's the lowest level of the 6 innate stage martial saint land. The loud and clear voice said. 6th level of the innate realm? The purple-clothed youth was rather curious about this. Humph. Kid, if I'm not mistaken, starting from the void prying stage, including the void prying stage, there should be 6 stages in this mortal continent of yours, right? A loud voice asked. Yes. The purple-clothed young man nodded. After the void prying stage is the void initiation stage, followed by the void interpretation stage, void transformation stage, martial monarch stage, and emperor Wu stage. That's right. The void prying stage is what you call it in the mortal continents. In the Tao Martial Saint land, the void prying stage is equivalent to the innate essence refinement stage, the lowest level amongst the 6 innate stages. Regardless of whether it's a martial cultivator or a Tao cultivator, after entering the Xiantian realm, one has to go through the 3 stages of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, and refining spirit into void before one can transcend mortality and become a saint. In the Tao Martial Saint land, the 6 innate stages are the innate essence refinement stage, the innate energy transformation stage, the innate energy refinement stage, the innate deity transformation stage, the innate spirit refinement stage, and the innate void restoration stage. If I'm not wrong, these 6 realms should correspond to the 6 cultivation levels you mentioned just now. The essence is the same, but the names are different. The resonant voice said. Just like that fellow who crippled your Dantian and took your Devil Seal tablet, he's an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. In your world, it should be something like the Emperor Wu stage. The resonant voice continued to say. Crippled my Dantian? When the purple-clad young man heard this, he had a confused expression on his face. Then, he seemed to have thought of something as his expression turned ferocious. The 5-colored energy and sword energy that rose from his body suddenly became turbulent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared above the purple-clad young man's head, the birds, wild beasts, and fierce beasts that gathered in the valley fled as though they were flying. In just a blink of an eye, they had disappeared. 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared above the purple-clad young man's head. Their auras were like rainbows as they looked down on heaven and earth. On the cloud continent, the strong are revered. Crippling someone's Dantian is enough to make them wish they were dead. Do you know who crippled my Dantian? I can't remember. The purple-clad young man asked coldly. Didn't I tell you? It's a fellow at the innate void restoration stage. Although he's weak, you're even weaker. Even if your Dantian wasn't crippled, under normal circumstances, you're still no match for him. The resonant voice resonated in the purple-clad young man's mind again. No matter what, I'll remember this grudge. One day, I'll let him have a taste of having his Dantian crippled. The purple-clad young man said through gritted teeth. Although there were many things that he could not remember, the grudge of having his Dantian crippled was unforgettable. Also, you haven't told me who you are. Why are you inside my body? The purple-clad young man asked quickly. Humph. You won't know who I am even if I tell you. However, I still have to thank you. If you didn't use the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal tablet, if your Dantian wasn't crippled, causing the Devil Seal tablet to lose control, I wouldn't have had the chance to escape. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of dread could be heard in his resonant voice. It was dread toward the Devil Seal tablet. Devil Seal tablet? What's that? The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, who had come here after leaving Lost Stone Forest. Although he had regained his consciousness, he had lost most of his memories due to his incomplete soul. At this moment, he was asking the voice that resonated in his mind with a confused expression on his face. You've used the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal tablet time and time again, but you still don't know what the Devil Seal tablet is. The resonant voice paused for a moment before continuing. I almost forgot that you've lost a part of your memory. It seems like you can't remember anything about the Devil Seal tablet for the time being. Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned about the Devil Seal tablet from the owner of the resonant voice. He also learned that the Devil Seal tablet had been forgotten by him before he lost his memory. Why didn't you let me take such a powerful thing away? Duan Lingtian asked in slight anger. Because I hate it. The resonant voice replied in a simple manner. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless at once. How should I address you? Duan Lingtian asked after a moment of silence. My surname is Wang, and my name is B.A. What do you think? Isn't this name very domineering? The owner of the resonant voice, who was Wang B.A., asked proudly. Tortoise? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian nodded as realization dawned on him. Brat. It's Wang B.A., not Tortoise. You're pissing me off. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm only left with my soul, I'd definitely kill you. Wang B.A. said in exasperation. It's Tortoise. Duan Lingtian said innocently. He did not think there was any difference between the two. It's BA as in BA. Wang Ba's voice sounded like he was clenching his teeth. Alright, why are you shouting? You're still called Tortoise after all. Duan Lingtian frowned and said in slight displeasure, Tortoise, do you know who I am and what my name is? Although I'm gradually recalling some things, I can't remember who I am. I don't know. Wang Ba said angrily. Don't you know that I've used the Devil Seal tablet 3 times? You were in the Devil Seal tablet, so you should know me very well, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Me. This saint only noticed it when you used the Devil Seal tombstone. This saint has no idea what happened during normal times. Do you think I know what happened outside when I was sealed by the Devil Seal tablet? Wang Ba snorted and said in annoyance. Then what should I do now? I've even forgotten who I am. My dantian has been repaired. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he realized his dantian had been repaired. Moreover, there was even a wisp of origin energy that was condensing into a core in his dantian. Core formation stage. I just remembered something. It seems like it's related to my previous cultivation base. I was a 4th level martial Monarch stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian muttered as he raised his hand. He shook his hand, and faint origin energy appeared and transformed into a 5-colored energy in just a blink of an eye. Then, it transformed into a 5-colored 3-foot-long blade that exuded an extremely sharp aura. This seems to be the fused profundity and sword profundity. After consuming a bottle of royal grade resurrection pills, not only was Duan Lingtian's dantian completely repaired, but the speed at which he recovered his lost memories had also increased. Hey, boy, where did the innate pill that you consumed earlier come from? It's only been a short while, and your soul's recovery speed has increased by so much. If this continues, you won't even need 3 to 5 years. At most, you'll be able to fully recover in a year. Wang Ba said in surprise. Bastard, can you leave my body? Duan Lingtian did not answer Wang Ba. Instead, he frowned and said. He did not like having someone hiding in his body. Boy, do you think I want to stay in your body? As though he could hear the displeasure in Duan Lingtian's voice, Wang Ba said snappily, Isn't it because I have nowhere else to go that I'm borrowing your body as a host? Let me tell you, if it wasn't for me, you would have been suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet's soul remnant energy, and your soul would have been destroyed. You should know that I could have taken over your body back then and let your soul turn into ashes. Wang Ba said. However, there was one thing he did not mention. The reason he did not take over Duan Lingtian's body was that he looked down on Duan Lingtian's body. I see. In that case, I should thank you. Duan Lingtian mumbled as he nodded in realization. Of course, you should thank me. Wang Ba said. Yes. Thank you, bastard. Duan Lingtian nodded and thanked him in all seriousness. Boy, I'll say it again. My name is Bastard, not Wang Ba. No, my name is Bastard, not Wang Ba. That's not right either, Chapter 1221. I know you're called Wang Ba. You don't have to remind me. Duan Lingtian frowned and interrupted Wang Ba. He was getting impatient. Wang Ba realized that he had misspoken again and again. He did not continue to harp on this topic because he knew that it would only make things worse. Wang Ba changed the topic. Kid, I don't want you to thank me verbally. I want you to thank me with actions. Actions, understand? Actions. What actions do you want me to use to thank you? Duan Lingtian asked. Actually, it's just a small matter. Just help me find the body of a descendant of the dragons. Wang Ba said with a casual look on his face, as if it was a very simple matter to find the body of the direct descendant of the dragon clan. A descendant of the dragons? What's that? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. You'll know in the future. Promise me first. Wang Ba said. Between his words, there seemed to be a hint of conspiracy. However, Duan Lingtian did not notice this and immediately agreed. All right. I'll help you find the body of a descendant of the dragons. Then, you'll leave my body, right? Of course. Do you think I like to stay in your body? Wang Ba said impatiently. If he had a choice, He would not want to stay in this kid's body. Sigh. I can't remember who I am now. I can't remember who I know other than you. Duan Lingtian sighed. Now, where should I go? Kid, there's a city in the east. I suggest you go there and take a look. Maybe you'll meet someone who knows you. Wang Ba said. Of course, he was just saying it casually to comfort Duan Lingtian. All right, I'll go now. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. Then, he prepared to soar into the air and fly toward the east. It was a pity that he couldn't fly up. Kid, don't forget that your dantian has just been repaired, and your cultivation hasn't recovered to the congenital stage. Wang Ba reminded. Only martial artists who had entered the innate stage could fly. This was the iron law of the Dao martial Saintland and the 3 great mortal continents, including Cloud Continent. On Cloud Continent, those who had just entered the congenital realm were known as the void prying stage. When I remember who destroyed my dantian, I will definitely make him die a horrible death. Duan Lingtian was furious. Now, he couldn't fly even if he wanted to. He could only run. Fortunately, the city was not far from the forest. With his speed, he could see a small black dot in front of him. The small black dot continued to grow in size until it finally turned into a city, a magnificent city. This city was like a huge demonic beast hibernating there. Looking from afar, it gave people a strong sense of oppression. There were martial artists going in and out of the city from time to time. Duan Lingtian's arrival did not attract the attention of these martial artists even though he was not flying in the air like the others. Instead, he was walking on the ground. After all, anything could happen on Cloud Continent, and all kinds of people could appear. Duan Lingtian? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to enter the city, a surprised voice came from behind him. The voice was getting closer and closer. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about the owner of the voice. It was not that he did not want to care. It was just that the person did not know that he was Duan Lingtian. Soon after, 2 figures landed in front of Duan Lingtian almost at the same time and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Duan Lingtian. The 2 figures were 2 young men. One was dressed in red while the other was dressed in blue. The red-clad young man looked at Duan Lingtian and greeted him. You're calling me? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when 2 identical young men suddenly appeared in front of him. When he heard the red-clad young man looking at him and calling him Duan Lingtian, he was stunned. Could it be that this red-clad young man knew him? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Wang Ba, who was in Duan Lingtian's body, or to be more precise, Wang Ba's soul, could not help but mutter to himself. Duan Lingtian, you can't not recognize us, right? The red-clad young man was stunned. I know you. Duan Lingtian had a blank expression on his face before he muttered, I don't remember. Also, you called me Duan Lingtian earlier. I'm Duan Lingtian. You even forgot your own name. The red-clad young man was completely dumbfounded. As for the blue-clothed young man standing beside him, the blue-clothed young man who had been silent all this time, his originally expressionless face also showed a bit of astonishment at the right time. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded before he shook his head and said blankly, I've lost part of my memory. In that case, I'm Duan Lingtian. Of course. You're Duan Lingtian, the one and only Duan Lingtian. The red-clad young man nodded. I can't remember both of you. Did I know both of you before I lost my memory? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at the 2 identical young men in front of him. You can't even remember your own name, how can you remember us? The red-clad young man shook his head and smiled wryly. However, I'm sure you knew us before you lost your memory. I'm Nangong Yi, and his Nangong Chen. We're twins. You don't remember us, but do you remember the 5-element sect? The 5-element sect in the eastern district of the northern desert. The red-clad young man introduced himself and the blue-clad young man next to him. At the same time, he added, you can be considered to have met us in the 5-element sect. Our master is the sect leader of the 5-element sect. Nangong Yi? Nangong Chen? I can't remember. Duan Lingtian frowned and shook his head. Duan Lingtian, just when Nangong Yi wanted to ask Duan Lingtian why he lost his memory, a thunderous roar interrupted his words. Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi. This thunderous roar came from behind Duan Lingtian. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that he could not help but be stunned. Someone's calling for you. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at the Nangong brothers. Duan Lingtian, if that person catches up to you and asks you anything, just say you don't know us. However, Duan Lingtian soon noticed that Nangong Yi's expression had changed. Then, Nangong Yi hurriedly greeted him and flew into the city ahead with Nangong Chen tacitly. It was as though they were hiding from the god of plague. Only then did he recall that he and Nangong Chen were being pursued by an old man. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they completely forgot about this matter. A moment later, a ghostly figure appeared before Duan Lingtian. It was an old man dressed in a black robe. His entire body was covered by the black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. He gave off an extremely eerie feeling. Although the old man's face could not be seen clearly, Duan Lingtian could see his eyes that were gleaming fiercely. The old man looked deeply at Duan Lingtian before he followed Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi into the city. His body was emitting waves of eerie killing intent. Duan Lingtian couldn't regain his senses for a moment. Boy, it's not easy to meet someone who knows you. Don't tell me you want them to be killed. At this moment, Wang Bie's voice resonated and woke Duan Lingtian up. At once, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly flew into the city and followed the old man in black robes from afar. Divine dragon transformation, swoosh. As Duan Lingtian ran, the five-colored energy wrapped around his body. It was as though there was an invisible sword in front of him. It was as though he had turned into a five-colored divine dragon. Although he had lost part of his memory, he subconsciously performed the movement martial skill that he had mastered. In an instant, he was getting closer to the old man in black robes. In the north of the vast city, there was an uninhabited area. It was a wasteland that had been abandoned for a long time. Usually, very few people would come here. Today, there were two young men who were facing a life and death crisis. Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi. Today, the two of you will definitely die. The old man in black robes moved like the wind. It was as though he had turned into a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi's speed was far slower than the old man in black robes. Oh no! When Nangong Yi sensed that the sound of the wind was getting closer, his expression changed drastically. Even Nangong Chen, who was usually serious, had an ugly expression. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the old man in black robes stood in front of the Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. He hovered in the air and looked down at the two of them. He said disdainfully, "Do you think that the two of you can escape?" When the old man in black robes appeared before them, the Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi's expressions changed. At the same time, despair appeared on the two of their faces. They had escaped for so many days. Today, they would not be able to escape. Whoosh! Just as the Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were prepared to face death, a figure rushed in front of the Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi like the wind. He looked at the old man in black robes calmly. Duan Lingtian? When the Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi saw the purple figure that suddenly appeared before them, they were stunned. They had not expected Duan Lingtian to follow them. It should be known that the danger that they were facing now could implicate him at any time. They are useful to me. You. Get lost. Duan Lingtian Chen spoke. His tone was calm, but there was no room for doubt. Boy, I let you go just now. Since you don't know how to cherish it, I'll take your life now. The old man in black robes was surprised by Duan Lingtian Chen's appearance. However, he soon had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. Wait. Just as the old man in black robes was about to attack, Nangong Yi stopped him. This is between you and us. It has nothing to do with him. Let's go. On the other hand, Nangong Chen was even more straightforward. In the blink of an eye, he flew in front of Duan Lingtian. He shielded Duan Lingtian behind him and asked the Duan Lingtian to leave. The two of them were unwilling to implicate Duan Lingtian because of their own matters. Chapter 1222. Nangong and his brother had long known that Duan Lingtian was very talented in martial Dao. Now that he had come to the inner land, It meant that he was quite powerful as well. However, being powerful did not mean he could deal with the black-robed old man before them. The black-robed old man was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Both of them had a fortuitous encounter since they came to the inner land. Currently, they were only at the 5th and 6th level martial monarch stage. They were far from being comparable to the black-robed old man. They did not even think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than them, let alone the black-robed old man. Therefore, they did not want Duan Lingtian to be dragged into this. Both of you can't even protect yourselves, and you still have the time to care about other people? What a joke! The black-robed old man sneered. Then, his black robe fluttered, and he seemed to have transformed into a black bat as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Boy, I'll let you know the price of meddling in other people's business. His speed was so fast that Nangong Yi could not react at all. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Nangong Chen, who was standing in front of Duan Lingtian. He lifted his hand and injured Nangong Chen before knocking him away. The difference between the 7th level martial monarch stage and the 6th level martial monarch stage was obvious. Barf! After Nangong Chen was knocked away, horror dawned on his face, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked at the black-robed old man again, he noticed that the black-robed old man had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He slapped his palm out, and the spirit weapon glove shone brightly as though it was assisted by God. Boom! 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 The black-robed old man slapped his palm at Duan Lingtian. The wind from his palm swept out and caused the air to ripple. The rolling airwaves turned into gusts of strong wind that blew Duan Lingtian's purple robe and black hair. Watch out! At once, horror dawned on Nangong and his brother. They cried out at the same time to warn Duan Lingtian. Now, it was already too late for them to rescue him. Above the black-robed old man's head were 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons. He struck out a palm strike with a ferocious momentum towards Duan Lingtian. It was only a short distance away from Duan Lingtian. Even at this point, Duan Lingtian still had no intention of dodging. As he stood there, strands of faint origin energy appeared on his body and permeated the surface of his body. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to notice it. This bit of origin energy drew upon the energy of heaven and earth, converging into 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes. First level of the core formation stage. It was also Duan Lingtian's current cultivation. First level of the core formation stage. Not only was the black-robed old man stunned when he saw the strange phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head, but even the Nangong brothers were dumbfounded. How was this possible? Nangong and his brother were in disbelief. They could not believe that everything in front of them was real. However, the truth was right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. When a martial artist makes a move, even if it was only a trace of origin energy, it would be able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and condense a phenomenon that corresponded to their cultivation. Now, Duan Lingtian's origin energy suffused the surface of his body and drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This undoubtedly indicated his current cultivation. First level of the core formation stage. However, in their memories, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a first-level core formation martial artist no matter what. A first-level core formation martial artist shouldn't appear here. And, in a flash of lightning, the black-robed old man's face was filled with ridicule and contempt. The palm strike that struck towards Duan Lingtian finally landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded out. Accompanying the explosion were waves of rolling airwaves. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into gusts of raging gales that caused the surrounding rubble to swirl into the air. When the explosion sounded out, the expressions of Nangong and his brother were extremely unsightly. Although they didn't know why Duan Lingtian only had a cultivation at the first level of the core formation stage, when they thought about how Duan Lingtian had to face the full force strike of a 7th-level martial monarch stage martial artist with such a cultivation, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive. However, the bloody scene that they expected didn't appear. The scene before them caused the expressions of Nangong and his brother to abruptly change. In the end, it became extremely interesting. They saw the violet-clothed Duan Lingtian standing there. Unknowingly, a 5-colored light barrier had appeared on his body, and the light barrier emitted waves of fierce aura. As for the black-robed old man's palm, it was tightly pressed against the 5-colored light barrier that had appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. Waves of vast energy gushed out, and it seemed as if it would never stop. However, every time the vast energy attacked, it wasn't able to leave the slightest mark on the 5-colored light barrier. Slap, 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 slap. At this moment, with the black-robed old man's feet as the center, numerous savage cracks spread out. They were densely packed together, and it was as if they had formed an enormous spider web. The cracks continued to spread, and it continued to spread out over tens of meters before stopping. On the other hand, the ground beneath Duan Lingtian's feet was flat, and it wasn't damaged in the slightest. The difference between the two of them was obvious. You. Just when the black-robed old man's eyes were filled with terror and he wanted to say something, his pupils that were enveloped under his black robe abruptly constricted. It was because he saw the phenomenon of heaven and earth that appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian. 5 ancient black dragon silhouettes spiraled down as they looked down upon the heavens and earth. Beside them, the 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes seemed so tiny. At the same time, the black-robed old man groaned in pain. The 5-colored light barrier on Duan Lingtian's body suddenly expanded, and it instantly enveloped the black-robed old man's hand that had struck out, twisting it apart and causing blood to drip out. So what if you're an ant? I can still trample you under my feet. Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice rang out, and then he casually threw out a punch. The vast 5-colored energy turned into the shape of a sword in the blink of an eye, and ruthlessly landed on the black-robed old man's lower abdomen. Bang! A loud sound was heard, as if a balloon had burst. The black-robed old man's dantian continued to release waves of rolling origin energy, and in the end, it disappeared without a trace. You destroyed my dantian. The black-robed old man, who was sent flying by Duan Lingtian, had a drastic change in expression. His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Duan Lingtian, as if he couldn't wait to cut Duan Lingtian into pieces. Boom! The black-robed old man, who was sent flying like an arrow, finally landed heavily on the ground and struggled to get up. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in the air before him. It was a purple figure. Duan Lingtian had rushed to the black-robed old man's side at his fastest speed. He lifted his leg and stomped on the black-robed old man's chest, sending him back to the ground. 5 ancient black dragons' strength. After a while, Nangongyi finally turned around. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the purple figure in front of him in disbelief. At that moment, he only felt that the purple figure was so tall. Nangong Chen was shocked as well. His face, which had been cold all along, couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The purple-robed young man, whose strength was above them back then, was actually above them after they had had a fortuitous encounter. It seems that his fortuitous encounter is even more exaggerated. At that moment, Nangong Chen only had that thought in his mind. He had originally thought that his fortuitous encounter was already exaggerated enough, but he had never expected that he couldn't compare to the purple-robed young man before him. I'll leave him to you guys. Duan Lingtian stepped on the black-robed old man. 5-colored energy continued to surge out from his feet and shattered the energy that rose from the black-robed old man's body. Although the black-robed old man's dantian was destroyed, the profundity that he had comprehended was still there. Upon hearing that, Nangongyi's eyes lit up. He flew to the front of Duan Lingtian and looked down at the black-robed old man. He sneered, "Shui Gui, I can't believe that you'll have such a day. Nangongyi, ask him to let me go. I'm willing to give you everything that I obtained from that place. I don't have my cultivation base now, so I'm no longer a threat to you." The black-robed old man was being stepped on by Duan Lingtian. He was a little out of breath as he begged with great difficulty. "Wouldn't those things be mine after I kill you?" Nangongyi smirked in disdain. Then, under the black-robed old man's desperate gaze, he landed his palm and ended his life. Subsequently, Nangongyi put away the black-robed old man's spatial ring and profundity fragment before passing them to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, thank you. If it wasn't for you today, Nangong Chen and I would have died for sure." Duan Lingtian did not stand on ceremony as he put away the spatial ring and profundity fragment. He nodded nonchalantly and asked, "How much do you guys know about me? Let's find a restaurant and sit down before we talk." Nangongyi suggested. Duan Lingtian nodded. After a while, the two brothers, Duan Lingtian and Nangong, walked into a restaurant together. They asked for a private room on the second floor and sat around a table. "Actually, we don't know much about you either." After they sat down, Nangongyi said, "Back then, we met in the Five-Element sect. At that time, Nangongyi patiently told Duan Lingtian everything he did when he was still in the Five-Element sect. Do you have any recollection of these?" In the end, Nangongyi asked. "I can't remember." Duan Lingtian shook his head. No matter if it was the Wood Peak, the Wood Peak Elders, or even the Peak Master of the Wood Peak, he could not remember at all. After that, we left the Five-Element sect with the sect leader and headed to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There, you obtained the profundity fragment and handed it over to the sect. Nangongyi continued. After the battle at the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, you didn't return with us. Instead, you left with your friends. I think you went back to your hometown. Nangongyi continued. Hometown? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. You know where my hometown is? I don't know. Nangongyi shook his head, causing Duan Lingtian's eyes to dim once again. He originally thought he could follow the clues from his hometown and find out everything about him. Why did you lose your memory? Nangong Chen, who had not spoken since the beginning, finally spoke. I'm not too sure either. It seems like my soul was injured. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had only found out about the reason his soul was injured from Wang Ba. He could not recall it for now. Kid, what's the hurry? With the recovery speed of your soul, it'll recover to its original state in a year at most. At that time, you'll naturally know everything you want to know. Chapter 1223. Oh, right. Nangongyi seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, what was with the origin energy you released earlier? Why did you only use the heaven and earth energy to condense two ancient mammoth silhouettes? My Dantian was destroyed by someone, and it was just repaired not long ago. Because of that, my current cultivation base is only at the first-level core formation stage. Duan Lingtian spoke truthfully. His tone was extremely casual, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Nangongyi and Nangongyi were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. His Dantian was destroyed. And it was repaired. Duan Lingtian, you're not joking, right? How can a destroyed Dantian be repaired? Nangongyi looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in disbelief. You don't believe me? Duan Lingtian asked when he saw the doubt on Nangongyi's face. It's not that I don't believe you. I just find it unbelievable. Nangongyi said. Why don't I destroy your Dantian and repair it for you? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Nangongyi's Dantian. I believe you. I believe you. Nangongyi panicked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He no longer dared to doubt Duan Lingtian's words. At the very least, he no longer dared to doubt Duan Lingtian on the surface. He was really afraid Duan Lingtian would destroy his Dantian. Even if a destroyed Dantian could be repaired, one would have to cultivate from the beginning. Just like Duan Lingtian, he was only at the first-level core formation stage now. Your Dantian is destroyed, but you can still mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather the strength of 5 ancient black dragons. The 6 Monarch stage profundities you've comprehended are at the 8th level on average? Nangong Chen asked as his eyes gleamed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The fused profundity that Duan Lingtian had displayed had 5 colors. Nangong Chen had mistaken it for 5 different profundities. As for the last one, it was naturally the sword profundity. I'm not too sure. I think so. Duan Lingtian said with a frown. Should be. When the Nangong brothers heard this, they were speechless. Was there anyone who didn't know what kind of profundity they had comprehended? However, on second thought, they remembered that before Duan Lingtian met them, he didn't even know his name, so they were relieved. Duan Lingtian, after all, had lost a part of his memory. Duan Lingtian, There are many good things in the spatial ring that Shui Gui left behind. You can take a look if you have the time. Nangong Yi reminded him. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he took out the spatial ring without saying anything and dripped his blood on it to establish ownership. After establishing ownership, he roughly glanced inside the spatial ring and nodded nonchalantly. It's all right. There are many medicinal herbs that I can use. It's good that you can use them. Nangong Yi nodded, but he was speechless in his heart. There seemed to be many other treasures in the spatial ring, right? This fellow only paid attention to the medicinal herbs. Naturally, Nangong Yi did not know that apart from the medicinal herbs, Duan Lingtian was not interested in the other things in the spatial ring. To be more precise, Duan Lingtian did not lack any other things. For example, a large number of high-grade origin stones, a small number of supreme-grade origin stones, some grade 1 spirit weapons, and grade 1 pills. Duan Lingtian was not interested in them at all. Duan Lingtian did not lose his memory of these things. He remembered them clearly. Duan Lingtian, why are you here? Nangong Yi asked. I don't know. After I lost my memory, I was nearby when I woke up. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said truthfully, I really don't know what you went through. Not only did you lose your memory, but your dantian was also destroyed. Fortunately, your dantian has been repaired. You'll be able to recover your cultivation base sooner or later. Nangong Yi muttered. When he reached the end of his sentence, he seemed to have recalled something. His burning gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, are you interested in participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? When Duan Lingtian heard Nangong Yi's words, he frowned. Then, he searched through the remaining memories in his mind. Soon, he found out what Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were. Naturally, this part of his memory came from Emperor Wu's memory of the reincarnation realm. In the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, there were detailed records of Emperor Wu's direct disciples, Emperor Wu's disciples, and Emperor Wu's followers. After all, Emperor Wu of the reincarnation realm had lived for 2 lifetimes. He had also accepted many Emperor Wu's direct disciples and Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. That's interesting. Duan Lingtian voiced his thoughts. Nangong Chen and I are going to Ling Xian Peak to participate in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers that Martial Emperor Ling Xian will be holding 7 months later. Why don't you come with us? Nangong Yi suggested. Sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not know where he should go anyway. Instead of wandering around aimlessly, he might as well have a goal. Moreover, according to the part of his memory that he had not lost, he knew that Emperor Wu's techniques were profound. His charisma was even more shocking. Perhaps, before he regained his memory, he would be able to find out where he came from through spirit profound Emperor Wu. Although Wang Bie said that he would fully recover his memory in a year at most, he was not sure if Wang Bie was telling the truth, so he decided to prepare for both eventualities. If I want to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, I must become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Ordinary Emperor Wu's disciples and followers are not qualified to talk to Emperor Wu face to face, let alone ask him to help me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian found out from Nangong Yi and Nangong Yi the reason the black-robed old man chased after them. It was all because the 3 of them had obtained the same fortuitous encounter. Later on, the black-robed old man wanted to take everything they obtained for himself. That was why he chased after them. Don't tell me the things you obtained are the same as the things in the spatial ring? Duan Lingtian asked with a strange expression on his face. What we obtained is slightly worse, but not by much. Nangong Yi said. Worse than the things in the spatial ring? Duan Lingtian lost interest when he heard this. Nangong Yi seemed to see that Duan Lingtian was not interested in the things they obtained. He smiled wryly and said, those things are already very good for us. However, the fortuitous encounter we obtained is not the material things. The improvement in our strength is the most important thing. It's far from what those material things can compare to. When Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, there was an unconcealable excitement between his brows. After all, He and Nangong Chen's cultivation base had improved in that place. However, he soon realized that Duan Lingtian did not seem to be interested in their fortuitous encounter, so he did not continue speaking. It seems like the fortuitous encounter he obtained is indeed more ridiculous than the fortuitous encounter we obtained. Nangong Chen guessed when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression from the beginning until the end. If that was not the case, he could not figure out how Duan Lingtian could be so calm. Before heading to Lingxian Peak, Duan Lingtian and the other two temporarily found a restaurant in the city to stay. They were prepared to head to Lingxian Peak in a month's time. Lingxian Peak was opened half a year before the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers began. In that half a year's time, those who participated in the selection could cultivate in Lingxian Peak. Naturally, they would cultivate in the place that Lingxian Peak had specially prepared for them. In the next half a month, Duan Lingtian stayed in the guest room quietly. He did not leave the room as he cultivated quietly. Half a month later. It's here. Duan Lingtian, who was originally sitting on the bed in the guest room, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he left the guest room and quickly left the city beneath his feet. His sudden departure did not alarm Nangong and his brother. When he arrived at the barren land outside the city where there was no sign of human habitation, dark clouds gathered from all directions in the sky above his head and rumbled continuously. When the dark clouds rumbled to a certain extent, lightning could be seen clearly. You've recovered to the innate spirit refinement stage in half a month's time, which is also the void prying stage in your mortal continent. Boy, how did you recover so quickly? Wang Bi's surprised voice resonated. He was talking to Duan Lingtian. In the past half a month, Duan Lingtian, who had cultivated the Nine Dragons War sovereign technique again, had his cultivation base skyrocketed until he entered the void prying stage again. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stepped on the air and hovered in the air. He said calmly, I don't know. I feel like my cultivation speed has increased after my dantian was repaired this time. The medicinal efficacy accumulated in your dantian from the mortal shedding medicinal pill is only one of the two reasons why your cultivation speed is so fast. The other reason should be the effect of destruction before establishment. Wang Ba paused for a moment before he finished speaking. Destruction before establishment. Duan Lingtian muttered softly as if he was savoring the meaning of these two words. I really don't know where you got the mortal shedding medicinal pill from. Moreover, it's a mortal shedding medicinal pill that doesn't have any conditions to consume. After a while, Wang Ba continued to sigh. Mortal shedding medicinal pills were usually only available in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They were extremely rare in the mortal continent. Moreover, mortal shedding medicinal pills were usually only consumed by martial and Dao cultivators whose cultivation base had entered the mortal shedding stage. Martial and Dao cultivators below the mortal shedding stage would explode from the overbearing medicinal efficacy if they consumed it. This was also the condition to consume the mortal shedding medicinal pill. One's cultivation base must be above the mortal shedding stage. However, the mortal shedding medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian consumed did not have this condition. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the overbearing medicinal efficacy from the mortal shedding medicinal pill to appear in Duan Lingtian's body. I told you that I refined it myself. Duan Lingtian said snappily. Boom. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. It was the 6-9 heavenly tribulation that was triggered when Duan Lingtian had broken through to the void prying stage again. This was the first bolt of lightning. Chapter 12:24. Boy, it's not that I'm looking down on you. How can you refine a mortal shedding pill? Wang Ba's tone was filled with doubt. Believe it or not, it's up to you. According to the part of my memory that I haven't lost, the medicinal efficacy came from a pill called the rebirth pill that I refined myself. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly after he easily destroyed the first bolt of lightning. Rebirth pill? What's the main ingredient? Wang Ba asked again. I think it's the red luan's blood. Duan Lingtian said after pondering for a while. What? The red luan's blood? Wang Ba shouted before he scolded. Boy, you actually wasted the red luan's blood like that. You should know that even the worst alchemist in the Dao Martial Saintland can refine a saint initiation pill with the Red One's blood. A slightly better alchemist can even use the Red One's blood as the main ingredient to refine a saint-grade pill. You actually refined it into a mortal shedding pill? What a waste. What a waste. Wang Ba was so excited that he could not help but curse a few more times. This isn't the Dao Martial Saintland. Since the Red One's blood is mine, I can use it however I want. It's not up to a bastard like you to lecture me. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Based on his words, it seemed like he did not feel it was a waste to waste the Red One's blood at all. To him, the Dao Martial Saintland, Saint Initiation Pill, and Saint Grade Pill were all far away from him. He only wanted to recover his memory as soon as possible. He did not care about anything else. In the end, it was just a mere worldly possession. Humph. Brat, if this sage sees you wasting precious herbs in the future, this sage will remind you again. This sage will be a bastard. Wang Ba snorted in dissatisfaction when he heard Duan Lingtian's nonchalant words. He raised his voice as he spoke. You're a bastard. Duan Lingtian said as a matter of fact. You. Wang Ba was furious. At the same time, he cursed the old man who had named him. Why did he give him such a misleading name? Brat, I want to change my name. I want to change my name. Wang Ba said angrily. If you want to change it, just do it. You don't have to tell me. No matter what name you change to, I'll call you bastard from now on. It's so easy to call you that. Duan Lingtian said. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Ba was speechless. Boom. Another clap of thunder rang out. It was the second lightning tribulation. It came down menacingly and its target was Duan Lingtian's head. However, although this thunder tribulation was fierce, it was still destroyed by a faint swordlight when it approached Duan Lingtian. The first level void prying stage origin energy coupled with the Emperor stage sword profundity was as easy as eating and sleeping to go against the 6-9 heavenly tribulation that this first level void prying stage martial artist was facing. Just the Emperor stage sword profundity alone was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Bastard. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to call out to Wang Ba. What? Wang Ba replied impatiently. It was obvious he was still upset about what had happened earlier. He was a saint stage powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saintland back then. Now that he was living under someone else's roof, he did not even have the right to change his name. Of course, it was not that he could not change his name. However, even if he changed his name, it was meaningless for Duan Lingtian to still call him bastard. During this half a month, I've recovered some of my memories. Although I still can't remember where I came from, there's a ZZ in my memory. However, in my memories, there was a fellow named Zishong who seemed to have a soul residing in his body. Every time a black flame mark appeared between his brows, his strength would rise by a few levels. Moreover, his voice would change into another person's as well. Duan Lingtian frowned and said, Can you help me raise my strength like that as well? Humph. Boy, what you're talking about is only a devil cultivator with a weak cultivation base. If a powerful devil cultivator like me were to forcefully control a body like yours, your body would definitely turn into ashes. Wang Ba snorted. So, you better remember this. Even if you really encounter any danger in the future, I won't be able to help you even if you die. In fact, it was precisely because of this that Wang Ba did not seize the opportunity to occupy Duan Lingtian's body when Duan Lingtian's soul was suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet's energy. This was because even if he occupied Duan Lingtian's body would not be able to withstand his soul. His soul needed a strong body to support it. However, this boy's soul seems a little strange. When his soul was suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet's soul remnant energy, I might be able to occupy his body and let his soul turn into ashes. But now, this saint feels that even if this saint uses my own soul to attack his soul, I might not be able to take his body. His soul seems to have something that this saint's soul is afraid of. Once this saint gets close, this saint's soul will involuntarily tremble. Wang Ba thought to himself. He was slightly afraid of Duan Lingtian's soul. However, Wang Ba did not know that Duan Lingtian's soul came from another world. That world was also the world where Earth was. After Duan Lingtian came to this world, the soul of Emperor Wu of Samsara wanted to destroy his soul. Then, the soul of devil cultivator Black Nether in the Devil Seal tablet wanted to destroy his soul as well. However, both of them turned into ashes without exception. Due to the restrictions of different worlds, no one could replace Duan Lingtian's soul with a soul. Of course, it was different if it was a soul attack. For example, the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal tablet suppressed Duan Lingtian's soul. It was equivalent to a soul attack. It could completely destroy Duan Lingtian's soul and make it impossible for Duan Lingtian to rise again. Can't your soul use a soul attack to help me? Duan Lingtian asked. Soul attacks were spiritual attacks. Usually, only powerhouses at the level of Emperor Wu and above could master them. Of course, if it was some demonic beasts with extraordinary talent, they would have been able to grasp spiritual power attacks long ago, because they had inherited the soul skills from their bloodline. Soul skills were spiritual power attacks, which were also spiritual attacks. What do you know? If you want to use a soul attack, you'll need the support of your body. For example, my soul is currently in the state of a wandering soul. Unless I use my soul to fight with my life, I won't be able to attack at all. Wang Ba said angrily. Doesn't that mean you're useless? Duan Lingtian said with a frown. If what Wang Ba said was true, then Wang Ba was no different from trash to him. Boy, how can you say that? No matter what, I'm still a saint stage powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint land. Wang Ba wanted to recount his glorious deeds as he spoke. Then, aren't you still suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet? However, Duan Lingtian's interruption caused him to be at a loss for words. How could he continue? Boy, I won't argue with you. Wang Ba said angrily. Duan Lingtian did not bother with Wang Ba anymore and allowed his body to fly in the air. Now that I've cultivated to the void prying stage again, I can finally fly again, although my origin energy is still weak. With the combination of the fused profundity and sword profundity, my speed is still very fast. Duan Lingtian was quite satisfied with this. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the third to sixth lightning tribulation struck one after another. Each lightning tribulation was stronger than the previous one. However, when these lightning tribulations landed on the five-colored light shield that rose around Duan Lingtian's body, they did not leave any marks on it. It was as though they were just tickling Duan Lingtian. After overcoming the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, Duan Lingtian returned to the city he was in. He returned to the inn and his room. After he returned to his room, he continued to cultivate. While he was cultivating, he did not forget to comprehend the fused profundity and the sword Dao from the word sword in his mind so that he could improve his sword profundity. Although he had lost a part of his memory, he did not lose the part of his memory on how to cultivate. With the help of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian's Dantian could be considered to have been reconstructed after destruction, it allowed him to cultivate twice the result with half the effort. Due to this reason, his cultivation base was rising at a terrifying speed. Lost Stone Forest. Ever since the red-robed old man, Kai Hua, left with Feng Tianwu, Emperor Wu had been studying the stone tablet with a missing corner in his hand in an attempt to understand its profundity. That day, that purple-clad young man whose strength was weaker than Juyi managed to defeat me with just this stone tablet. There must be a huge secret behind this stone tablet's power. Now that almost a month has passed, I still can't find anything extraordinary about this stone tablet. Could it be that I'm not fated with it? In the spacious stone house, Emperor Wu, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, muttered to himself as he looked at the stone tablet with a missing corner in his hand. At that moment, he could not help but be lost in his thoughts. While he was lost in his thoughts, his hand loosened, and the stone tablet fell to the ground. He only regained his senses when it hit the ground with a loud thud. However, when he looked at the stone tablet that had fallen to the ground, his eyes could not help but narrow as horror dawned on him. There was a tiny crack on the surface of the stone tablet. It extended to both sides of the stone tablet as though it was going to split the stone tablet into two. Impossible. With a lift of his hand, Emperor Wu picked up the stone tablet. With a slight force, he split the stone tablet into two with a loud thud. It's fake. Emperor Wu's expression changed completely. This stone tablet was fake. In other words, it was replaced by someone else. This stone tablet in the purple-clad young man's hand could even fight with the quasi-royal grade spirit spear in his hand. How could it be broken so easily? Ju Yi. Needless to say, Emperor Wu immediately thought of Ju Yi. This was because only Ju Yi would have the chance to replace the stone tablet. Whoosh. In the next moment, Emperor Wu disappeared from the stone house into thin air. Chapter 1225. Ju Yi, how dare you deceive your master and betray your ancestors? Looking at the layer of dust in the stone house, if Emperor Wu still did not know what was going on, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Ju Yi, the direct disciple he doted on the most, had stolen the mysterious stone tablet in his hand and fled. It seems like he was lying when he said he was going to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. His real intention was to escape. I hope I can still find him in a month's time. If I find him, I'll let him know the consequences of deceiving his master and betraying his ancestors. Emperor Wu's face was grave. His eyes flashed fiercely before he disappeared from the spot. After so many years, this was the first time he walked out of Lost Stone Forest to look for his unfilial disciple. He did not even dare to think about this in the past. Emperor Wu left Lost Stone Forest to look for Ju Yi. As for whether he could find him or not, it would depend on his luck and ability, as well as whether Ju Yi was hiding well. Near Lingtian Peak in the south of the inner land, two fiery red figures stood there. An old man in a red robe and a red-clad lady stood side by side. The lady's beautiful face had a hint of fatigue on it. Tianwu girl, we've searched the surrounding area, but we still can't find that elder brother Duan of yours. I think he might have gone somewhere else. The red-clad old man said. Then I'll look for him somewhere else. The lady had a determined expression on her face. It was as though she would not give up until she found her elder brother Duan. I hope we can find him in the next 2 months. The red-clad old man did not object to this. The red-clad old man was undoubtedly Kai Hua. As for the red-clad lady, she was Feng Tianwu. For the entire month, Feng Tianwu had been searching for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. With Kai Hua's help, she had traveled to many places in the west and south of the inner land. Feng Tianwu did not know that the person she was looking for was currently near the center of the inner land. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures rose into the sky from the north of a city and disappeared in the sky in just a blink of an eye. Above the clouds, 3 young men walked side by side. Duan Lingtian, it's only been a short 1 month and you've actually cultivated to the void prying stage again. The red-clothed youth looked at the purple-clothed youth in shock. Void prying stage? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and declined to comment. Void prying stage? That was more than half a month ago. Do I need to undergo the 6-9 heavenly tribulation again to re-enter the void prying stage? The red-clothed young man asked. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. You haven't sensed it yet? The red-clothed youth asked again. I've already passed it a few days ago. Duan Lingtian said. Immediately, the red-clothed youth was dumbstruck, and the blue-clothed youth beside him couldn't help but be moved. The red-clothed and blue-clothed youth were precisely the 2 brothers, Nangong Yi and Nangong Chen, who'd accompanied Duan Lingtian to Lingxian Peak to participate in the selection of disciples and followers of Emperor Wu under Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian, what you mean is, you've cultivated to the void prying stage again a few days ago? Nangong Yi gasped and couldn't help but ask in the end. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How long ago? Nangong Chen rarely spoke out and asked. Half a month ago. Duan Lingtian said. For a time, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi looked at each other and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Freak. Such a thought appeared in their minds at practically the same time. Breaking through from the first level of the core formation stage to the void prying stage in half a month. Duan Lingtian, you're really a freak. Nangong Yi sighed with emotion. Although Nangong Chen didn't speak, one could discern from his flickering eyes that he agreed with Nangong Yi. Duan Lingtian, you broke through to the void prying stage half a month ago. Now, You wouldn't have broken through to the void initiation stage or even the void interpretation stage, right? Nan Gongyi took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally before asking. This time, Duan Lingtian only smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. Seeing this, although Nan Gongyi was curious, he didn't ask any further. This was because he could see that Duan Lingtian had no intention of answering. When we reach Ling Shen Peak, we'll be able to see many martial monarch powerhouses from all over the world. If we want to successfully become the disciples and followers of the spirit profound Emperor Wu, we can only stand out by stepping on them. Nan Gongyi's face was filled with anticipation at first, but in the end, his eyes were filled with excitement. Ling Shen Peak. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "If I can really recover my memory in a year, it'll naturally be a happy ending. If not, I hope that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu has a way to let me know about my past." Although he had lost most of his memory, the remaining memories were telling Duan Lingtian. On Cloud Continent, powerhouses like Emperor Wu were supreme, and there was almost nothing that they could do. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to do something. Time passed by quietly. 3 days later, Nan Gongyi and his brother deliberately slowed down their speed. Duan Lingtian followed suit and slowed down as well. Duan Lingtian, Ling Shen Peak is right in front of us. Nan Gongyi pointed ahead and said to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he lifted his head and looked over. Behind the cluster of mountains in front of him, all he could see was a blur. He could not see the situation inside at all. Ling Shen Peak is hidden in the fog. Yes. Nan Gongyi nodded. It said that Ling Shen Peak is hidden in the fog all year long. Unless one knew that Ling Shen Peak is here, it's very difficult to find Ling Shen Peak. Usually, Ling Shen Peak is heavily guarded. There are many Emperor Wu's followers patrolling everywhere. It's difficult for outsiders to even take half a step into the minefield. However, since Ling Shen Peak is recruiting Emperor Wu's disciples and followers this time, Ling Shen Peak is allowing outsiders to get close. Of course, although outsiders can get close, they must follow their rules and go to the accommodations that they've arranged. Nan Gongyi said slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other two were getting closer to the fog in the distance, the sound of wind whistling came from the left in front of them. It was getting closer and closer. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the other two saw 5 figures flying towards them from the front. They didn't come with good intentions. Don't tell me they're bandits. Duan Lingtian muttered softly. In his memory, there were many martial artists who robbed people on Cloud Continent. They were collectively known as bandits. When the 5 of them approached, the young man in the lead was looking at Duan Lingtian and the other two with a murderous gleam in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you're right. Nan Gongyi smiled wryly. He was not afraid of ordinary bandits. However, he had no choice but to be afraid of the bandits that he encountered near Ling Shen Peak. The news that Ling Shen Peak was recruiting Emperor Wu's disciples and followers had long spread out. There were very few people who did not know about it. Since the 5 bandits in front of them dared to rob passers-by like them at this time, it meant that they were not weak and were confident in themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, the 5 bandits led by the young man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the other two. When they came to a halt, 5 strong gusts of wind swept toward Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions, causing their robes to flutter noisily. Hand over your spatial rings and live. If not, die. The young man in the lead glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other two and said slowly. His words were extremely domineering. The young man looked to be about 35 years old. He was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were gleaming with a murderous gleam. This green-clad young man was obviously the leader of this group of bandits. If you want us to hand over our spatial rings, you should at least show us your strength, right? Otherwise, how would we know if you're trying to gain something without risking anything? Nan Gongyi said in a deep voice with a grave expression on his face. Looks like you won't give up until you see the coffin. Upon hearing Nan Gongyi's words, the green-clad young man's eyes gleamed fiercely. The origin energy on his body suddenly stirred and transformed into a multicolored energy in the blink of an eye. To be more precise, the origin energy had merged with many different profundities. That was why such a scene appeared. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually solidified. First, an ancient black dragon's silhouette appeared. Then, there were 2,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes. Ninth level martial monarch stage. Upon seeing this, Nangong and his brother's expressions changed. Nangong Yi could not help but exclaim out loud. Using origin energy to activate the heaven and earth energy to solidify such a heaven and earth phenomenon was the symbol of a 9th level martial monarch stage. A 9th level martial monarch stage bandit was rare even in the entire Cloud continent. However, one had appeared before their eyes at this moment. At this moment, Nangong and his brother felt that they were too unlucky. Whoosh! The heaven and earth phenomenon did not stop because of this. As the heaven and earth energy continued to stir, another 3 ancient black dragons' silhouettes and 1,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared in the sky. Without using any spirit weapon, he had already displayed the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Such a person could be considered as an extremely powerful existence even in the 9th level martial monarch stage. At the very least, with such strength, it was more than enough to become Emperor Wu's disciple. Of course, he would only be an ordinary disciple of Emperor Wu. Although such strength was not bad, it was still slightly lacking if he wanted to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. He can already display such strength without using any spirit weapon. If he uses his spirit weapon, then, before Nangong Yi could finish his thought, his eyes narrowed all of a sudden. This was because he saw an afterimage flashing before his eyes. In the next moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of the green-clad young man, the leader of the group of bandits. Duan Lingtian? Nangong Yi didn't have time to recover from his shock. The green-clad young man deliberately activated his strength to activate the heaven and earth energy to manifest the heaven and earth phenomenon with a smug expression on his face. Duan Lingtian moved and appeared in front of him. The fused profundity and sword profundity exploded. Chapter 1226. The expression of the green-clad young man changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian. Before he even had the time to make a move, Duan Lingtian had already made a move, and the attack that was like a thunderbolt descended onto his body as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Bang! With a loud explosion, the green-clad young man turned into a bloody mist. He did not have time to defend himself, let alone fight back. A 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse who could exert the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons without using a spirit weapon had died in Duan Lingtian's hands just like that. If he had been slightly more vigilant, he would not have ended up like this. Currently, Duan Lingtian could only exert the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and less than 1,000 ancient horned dragons even if he used all of his techniques. On the other hand, the green-clad young man could exert the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons if he used a grade 1 spirit weapon. If he had been prepared, Duan Lingtian would not have been a match for him at all. It could be said that he had died an unjust death. You! How dare you kill senior brother Lu? The other 4 middle-aged men were stunned when Duan Lingtian killed the green-clad young man. When they regained their senses, horror dawned on them. They stared at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. Whoosh! One of them even shot out a ray of light as he raised his hand. Communication jade slip. Nangong Yi, who had just regained his senses, was horrified. The speed of the communication jade slip became faster and faster. It disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Nobody was confident they could catch up with it. Bang! Another explosion reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian had made his move again and killed the middle-aged man who had sent out the communication jade slip. At once, the remaining 3 men were horrified. The purple-clad young man in front of them was like a god of death. He did not even bat an eyelid when he killed 2 of them. You can't kill us. We're from Ling Shen Peak, one of the middle-aged men said in a panic. However, before he could finish his words, he was killed by Nangong Chen. Even the other 2 unprepared people were killed by Nangong Chen. After killing 3 people in the blink of an eye, Nangong Chen's fluttering blue robes were not stained with a single drop of blood. He stood in the air with a cold expression like an immovable mountain statue. "You broke through?" Duan Lingtian looked at Nangong Chen in shock. Although Nangong Chen was very fast, from the start to the end, the power of the world did not have time to form the mysterious phenomenon. However, Duan Lingtian, who was intentionally observing him, discovered his cultivation base in just the blink of an eye. LV7 Martial Royal Realm. Duan Lingtian's Dantian had been destroyed, and he had to recultivate his cultivation base. However, his spiritual energy was still at the 4th level Martial Monarch stage as before. A 4th level Martial Royal Realm spiritual energy was enough to see through the cultivation base of all martial artists below the Emperor Wu stage. Due to this reason, it was easy for him to see that Nangong Chen had broken through. "I just broke through 3 days ago." Nangong Chen nodded. He knew very well that although he had broken through to the 7th level Martial Royal Realm, it would be difficult for him to kill the 3 of them if they fought face to face. The reason he was able to kill them in one hit was because the 3 of them had their attention on Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they were afraid of Duan Lingtian. If that was not the case, he did not have the confidence to defeat any of the 3 of them, let alone kill them. "Nangong Chen, I thought I'd be able to catch up to you this time. I didn't expect you to leave me behind again." Nangong Yi looked at Nangong Chen and said with a complicated expression on his face. "Of course, I have to act like a big brother." Nangong Chen replied coolly. When Nangong Yi heard Nangong Chen's words, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of Nangong Yi's lips. Could it be that he had no choice but to accept his fate and call Nangong Chen his big brother? "Oh, that's right." Nangong Yi suddenly changed the topic. "Earlier, one of the guys said they were from Ling Xian Peak. Don't tell me they're Emperor Wu's disciples from Ling Xian Peak?" Nangong Yi guessed when he reached the end of his sentence. "So what if they're Emperor Wu's disciples? They can't blame us for their own death." Nangong Chen continued to say coolly, "I know that. However, the problem is, earlier, one of the guys sent out a communication jade slip. I'm sure it won't be long before someone else finds out we killed them." Nangong Yi said with a hint of fear in his voice. 5 of them. With the young man in green as the leader, I'm guessing only the young man in green is Emperor Wu's disciple. As for the other 4, they should be Emperor Wu's disciples. Do you think the 5 of them would be able to make Emperor Wu's direct disciples, or even Emperor Wu of Ling Xian Peak, attack us? Nangong Chen glanced at Nangong Yi indifferently and asked. "That seems to be the case." Nangong Yi nodded his head as realization dawned on him. Then, he added, "However, based on the current situation, this is just our guess. We don't even know if they're the martial emperor's disciples or followers from Ling Xian Peak. Let's go." Duan Lingtian and the other 2 continued to move forward. They passed through the clouds in front of them and entered a grey world. With the eyesight of the 3 of them, they quickly saw a steep mountain behind the fog. The mountain peak was so tall that it pierced through the clouds like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the clouds. I heard that Ling Xian Emperor Wu was a powerful sword cultivator. Back then, he comprehended the Emperor stage sword profundity in front of this mountain peak. From then on, he was like a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate and soared into the sky. Nangong Yi muttered as he looked at the steep mountain peak that pierced through the clouds like a sword. After that, he broke through to the Emperor Wu stage and became an Emperor Wu powerhouse. He stayed on this mountain peak to cultivate. This mountain peak became his cultivation place. He named it Ling Xian Peak. Nangong Yi continued. His face was filled with admiration as he spoke. Duan Lingtian was not too interested in this. He came to Ling Xian Peak to ask Ling Xian Emperor Wu for help in finding out about his past. He did not care about anything else. Stop right there. When Duan Lingtian and the other 2 approached Ling Xian Peak, they were stopped by a middle-aged man who was patrolling around Ling Xian Peak. "I'm Emperor Wu's follower of Ling Xian Peak. Who are you?" We're here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that will be held in Lingshen Peak in 6 months. Nangong Yi explained the purpose of their visit. When the middle-aged man heard that, his gaze first fell on Nangong Yi. After sizing up Nangong Yi for a while, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen before he nodded. "Follow me. Don't wander off." As he spoke, he took the lead and flew towards Lingshen Peak. Duan Lingtian and the other two followed closely behind. Soon, under the guidance of Lingshen Peak's Emperor Wu's follower, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the mountainside of Lingshen Peak. There was a vast stone platform there. On the stone platform, groups of 3 to 5 people landed one after another. These people had followed the people from Lingshen Peak. It was obvious that they were here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that would be held in Lingshen Peak in 6 months. "All of you wait here for a moment. Later, someone will show you your cultivation base. According to your cultivation base, you'll be assigned a place to stay for the next 6 months." The Emperor Wu's follower who brought Duan Lingtian and the other two over said to Duan Lingtian and the other two. After he finished speaking, he flew away without waiting for Duan Lingtian and the other two's response. Among the other groups of people, a few people also left one after another. For a time, only Duan Lingtian and the other two were left to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Time passed quietly. Soon, a few more people were brought over. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes to rest and waited quietly. Naturally, he was not just resting with his eyes closed. At the same time, he was also cultivating calmly and comprehending the sword Dao that originated from the word sword in his mind. "Boy, why do you have such a terrifying sword intent in your mind?" Wang Ba suddenly spoke. There was a hint of dread in his voice. In fact, he had long discovered the sword intent in Duan Lingtian's mind. In the beginning, he did not pay much attention to it. However, as time passed, he realized the sword intent was a great threat to him. If Duan Lingtian controlled the sword intent to attack his soul would definitely be destroyed. "Sword intent? Are you talking about the sword concept?" Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. "What sword concept? Sword intent is sword intent. Don't tell me that even you don't know the origin of the sword intent stored in your mind." Wang Ba said. "I really can't remember. I only know that comprehending it can improve my sword profundity." Duan Lingtian said. "Why? Is it very powerful?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "It's more than powerful. Forget it, even if I tell you now, you won't understand. All in all, the sword intent in your mind must be left behind by a ridiculously powerful saint stage powerhouse." There was a hint of dread in Wang Ba's words. It was a dread that came from his soul. Whoosh! As a breeze blew, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed it and opened his eyes. With just a glance, he saw 3 old men descending from the sky and appearing in front of him and the people around him. They stood there as though they were one with the heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian immediately extended his spiritual energy and probed one of the old men's cultivation base. 9th level martial monarch stage. Emperor Wu's disciple? Duan Lingtian guessed inwardly. When he was about to probe the second old man, his spiritual energy trembled for no reason. This was because he discovered that when his spiritual energy approached the old man also emitted a majestic spiritual energy. Inscription Master. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. This old man was an inscription master, and his spiritual energy was stronger than his. It was fortunate that he withdrew his spiritual energy in time. Otherwise, he would have been discovered and dragged out. The old man who was an inscription master stood between the other 2 old men with a slight frown on his face. He glanced at his surroundings and only regained his senses when he did not notice anything out of the ordinary. Next, each of you will use your origin energy to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Don't use your profundity. Your cultivation base will affect the quality of your cultivation environment for the next 6 months. Chapter 1227. Cultivation Base. Most of the people, including Duan Lingtian, did not think much of it. However, Nangong and his brother could not help but frown. Nangong Yi could not help but ask, "Why are we only looking at cultivation base? Isn't profundity a part of one's strength? Why? Do you have a problem with my decision?" The old man in the lead did not expect someone to be so presumptuous in front of him. His face darkened as he asked coldly. He looked at Nangong Yi with a cold gleam in his eyes. It was as though he would kill Nangong Yi if Nangong Yi dared to say another word. Although Nangong Yi was furious, he did not dare to say anything else. The old man in front of him gave him a lot of pressure. Moreover, he was actually speaking up for Duan Lingtian because he wanted to fight for justice. After all, Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was at the void initiation stage or void interpretation stage at most. If they only looked at cultivation base, it would be unfair to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength mainly depended on his profundity. However, he soon realized that Duan Lingtian did not seem to care about it, so he did not dwell on it anymore. Why should he be anxious when the person involved was not in a hurry? Subsequently, the people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that would be held in Lingxian Peak 6 months later demonstrated their cultivation base one after another. They activated the heaven and earth energy and formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. Not long after, apart from Duan Lingtian and the other two, everyone was the first to demonstrate their cultivation base. These people's cultivation bases were between the 3rd level martial monarch stage and the 8th level martial monarch stage. After they demonstrated their cultivation base, they followed the old man's instructions and were divided into 3 groups that stood nearby. Those below the 4th level martial monarch stage were in one group. Those above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage were in another group. Those above the 7th level martial monarch stage were in another group. Among them, the middle group had the most people. Before Duan Lingtian, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi displayed their cultivation in front of the 3 Lingxian Peak elders. Nangong Chen was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Nangong Yi was at the 6th level martial monarch stage. Just like Nangong Chen, he had made a breakthrough recently. For a moment, the Nangong brothers separated. Since the Nangong brothers were twins, they attracted the attention of many people from the moment they appeared until they finished displaying their cultivation base. "You're the only one left." The old man's gaze quickly fell on Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was the only one who had yet to reveal his cultivation base. Including the Nangong brothers, most of the people's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. As the last person to display his cultivation base, he received a lot of attention. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and faced the 3 old men in front of him. The origin energy on his body quietly rose and shrouded his body in just a blink of an eye. It was like wisps of white mist lingering in the air. Upon seeing this, apart from the Nangong brothers, everyone, including the 3 old men from Lingxian Peak, was stunned. They were stunned because they could see that the origin energy on this purple-clad young man was not even comparable to the origin energy of many void interpretation martial artists. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head and consolidated into the heaven and earth phenomenon in just a blink of an eye. Everyone, including the Nangong brothers, had their eyes fixed on the space above Duan Lingtian's head. To be more precise, they were looking at the heaven and earth phenomenon that was consolidated by the heaven and earth energy that was triggered by Duan Lingtian's origin energy. There were 20 lifelike silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovering in the air. For a moment, the entire place was dead silent. First level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian actually broke through to the void interpretation. The Nangong brothers who were mentally prepared were the first to react. Nangong Yi muttered with a stunned expression. His tone was filled with shock and disbelief. He went from the 1st level core formation stage to the 1st level void interpretation in a month's time. This kind of cultivation speed was simply abnormal among abnormal. Although Nangong Chen was relatively calm, his eyes were filled with disbelief as well. In just a short month's time, his cultivation base had undergone such a drastic change. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not dare to believe it at all. Am I seeing this right? This is the 1st level void interpretation. Soon after, Someone reacted and said with a strange expression on his face. A mere first-level void interpretation dares to come to Ling Xian Peak to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? Isn't he seeking death? Many people mocked. That's right. With such a weak cultivation base, I won't be able to hold back and kill him if I were to fight him. Humph. A first-level void interpretation is no different from an ant in my eyes. I can crush an ant like this with just one finger. Someone looked at Duan Lingtian with a murderous gaze. In short, after Duan Lingtian displayed his first-level void interpretation cultivation base, other than the Nangong brothers, the rest of the people found it unbelievable. If you ask me, when the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers begins, he won't even have the courage to compete with us. Someone guessed. I also think he won't have the courage to compete with us. I even think he came to Ling Xian Peak to watch us compete with each other. If I knew we could join in the fun like this, I would have brought more people. The group of people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak half a year later could not help but discuss among themselves. Most of them looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. A first-level void interpretation martial artist standing in front of a group of martial monarchs who were at least at the third-level martial monarch stage was an eyesore. Young man, are you sure you're here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak half a year later? Among the three old men, other than the old man who led the group who had a gloomy expression, one of the other two old men asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. Humph. You're just a first-level void interpretation martial artist. What right do you have to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak? Another old man snorted. Why? The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak this time has a restriction on cultivation base. Can't a void interpretation martial artist participate? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared deeply at the old man. The old man frowned when he heard that. The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak this time did not seem to have such a rule or restriction. Indeed, the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak this time does not state that void interpretation martial artists are not allowed to participate. However, once you participate, it means that you have to fight with the others. You have to admit defeat without fighting. Can you do that? The old man who led the group who had not spoken all this while glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and asked. Based on his words, it was obvious that he wanted Duan Lingtian to back off in the face of difficulties. He had to admit defeat without fighting. This meant that he wanted Duan Lingtian to fight head-on with the others. He believed that as long as this void interpretation martial artist before him was rational, he would definitely back off in the face of difficulties. After all, if he did not back off in the face of difficulties, he was destined to die. As the old man in the lead spoke, apart from Nangong and his brother, the other people present looked at Duan Lingtian with contempt and disdain. Do you think he'll back off in the face of difficulties? Isn't that obvious? The senior from Ling Xian Peak has already said so. If he still doesn't back off in the face of difficulties, he'll be a complete idiot. I think so too. I'll be the banker and bet that this purple-clad young man won't leave. The payout is 1 to 10. If you have the guts, be the banker and bet that this purple-clad young man will leave. The payout is 10 to 1. Do you dare? The people present discussed animatedly. There were even people who openly wanted to be the banker. Of course, most of them did not dare to place their bets because they felt that it was a losing deal. Are you sure you want to be the banker? However, they soon realized that someone wanted to place their bets. The people who placed their bets were none other than Nangong and his brother. They looked at the middle-aged man who said he wanted to be the banker and asked for confirmation. What? Do you want to place your bets? The middle-aged man smiled brightly. Although he knew that the twin brothers in front of him were with the purple-clad young man, he did not think that the purple-clad young man would choose not to leave just because the twin brothers had placed their bets. After all, if he did not leave, he would die. Once a void interpretation stage martial artist went up against a martial monarch, he would be killed in the blink of an eye. He would be reduced to dust in the air. It was impossible for him to admit defeat in time. In this world, nothing was more important than one's life. Therefore, he was certain that the purple-clad young man would back off in the face of difficulties. If you have enough primal stones, I'll bet 10 supreme-grade primal stones and 300,000 high-grade primal stones. Nangongyi looked at the middle-aged man and said nonchalantly, 20 supreme-grade primal stones and 200,000 high-grade primal stones. Nangong Chen said coolly, wow. The moment their words left their mouths, there was an uproar. Even the 3 old men who were suspected to be the disciples of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu were attracted by Nangong and his brother. They did not expect the two of them to be so crazy. Initially, they thought Nangong and his brother were just putting on a show to encourage their companion. He did not expect that they would take out so many primordial stones as a wager. Their bets add up to 30 supreme-grade primal stones and 500,000 high-grade primal stones. If they win, they'll have to pay 300 supreme-grade primal stones and 5 million high-grade primal stones. Someone could not help but mutter. His words entered the ears of the people present. Many of them did not agree with him. That's only if they win. I think they dare to bet so heavily because they have confidence in the purple-clad young man. Although I don't know why they have confidence in him. Someone made the same guess. In my opinion, they're betting so many primal stones on purpose to make the banker back off in the face of difficulties so that their companion can regain some face. Chapter 12:28. All right. I'll accept your bet. The middle-aged man who said he wanted to be the banker looked at the Nangong brothers greedily as he said with a burning gaze. In his opinion, the two fellows before him were giving him origin stones. You can accept our bet, but you must prove that you have the capital to lose. 300 supreme-grade origin stones and 5 million high-grade origin stones. Nangongyi said nonchalantly, Humph. I won't lose. The middle-aged man said. So, you're trying to get something for nothing? Do you think there's such a good deal in this world? Nangongyi mocked. It seems like you have no intention of betting at all. The middle-aged man sneered. Naturally, he would not be able to take out 300 supreme-grade origin stones and 5 million high-grade origin stones in one go. In fact, he was certain that, among the people present, including the 3 old men who were suspected to be Ling Xian Peak Emperor Wu's disciples, no one would be able to take out so many origin stones in one go. It seems like they have no intention of betting at all. They're certain that the other party doesn't have that many origin stones as a bet. To think that I thought they were really confident in their companion. So, this is what's going on. Many people whispered among themselves. Have no intention of betting at all? Nangongyi smiled. He smiled so much that his eyes narrowed unconsciously. How about this? Both of us will still bet. If we lose, you'll take away all of our origin stones. If you lose, apart from leaving behind your spatial ring, we'll also take your life. When Nangongyi reached the end of his sentence, the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil grin. Whoosh! The moment Nangongyi's words left his mouth, everyone, apart from Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen, including the 3 old men who were suspected to be Ling Xian Peak Emperor Wu's disciples, was shocked. That included the middle-aged man who said he wanted to be the banker. You want me to bet my life with you? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as his eyes flashed. Do you dare? Nangongyi asked nonchalantly. For a moment, the two were at each other's throats. The gazes of the majority of the people present also fell upon the two of them. Why wouldn't I dare? Soon, the middle-aged man, whose expression changed, gritted his teeth and agreed bluntly. At the same time, he looked at the 3 old men who were suspected to be the disciples of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. My 3 lords, please bear witness to the bet between me and these two. The old man who was the leader of the 3 nodded. Sure. The leading old man looked at the Nangong brothers and said unhurriedly, if the 2 of you lose and can't take out that many primordial stones, I will destroy your dantians and expel you from Ling Xian Peak. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man. If you lose, your life will no longer belong to you. My lord. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at the leading old man and asked respectfully, "I'd like to ask, if someone insists on participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later, but he doesn't dare to participate by then, what will happen to him?" Anyone who decides to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later will have no way out. Nobody can regret it. Even if you regret it, you must at least participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later. Otherwise, you'll be seen as toying with Ling Xian Peak. There's only one outcome for toying with Ling Xian Peak: death. When the leading old man reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. At the same time, he intentionally glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was standing quietly at the side, as a warning to Duan Lingtian. A first-level void interpretation martial artist actually dared to come to Ling Xian Peak to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. In his opinion, this person did not take Ling Xian Peak seriously at all. As Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciple, he felt that Ling Xian Peak, which he regarded as a sacred place, was being desecrated. He was filled with rage. "Ha ha! All right, I'll bet with them." Upon hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man laughed loudly and agreed readily. In his eyes, greed was even stronger. It was as though he could already see 30 supreme-grade origin stones and 500,000 high-grade origin stones entering his pocket. What's there to be proud of? Do you really think you've won? Nangongyi smirked and looked at the leading old man. "We'll bet with him as well." The old man nodded. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, and said, "Do you insist on participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that Ling Xian Peak will hold 6 months later? If you insist on participating, there'll be no turning back. At the very least, you'll have to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later. Or a death test against a martial monarch powerhouse, or a battle with a martial monarch powerhouse." The leading old man said slowly. In his opinion, as long as this purple-clad young man did not want to die, he would definitely not insist on participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later. A martial artist at the first-level void interpretation would definitely die if he participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. When the old man asked Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes also landed on Duan Lingtian. Apart from Nangong and his brother, everyone else felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely not insist on participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later. "I won. I won." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian's mouth moving slightly and was about to speak. An incomparably brilliant smile appeared on his face. However, the smile on his face quickly froze when Duan Lingtian spoke. "I'll participate." Duan Lingtian looked at the leading old man and said nonchalantly, "Boom." Duan Lingtian's words were like a bolt from the blue to most of the people present on the scene. Especially the middle-aged man. Apart from the smile on his face that had completely froze, his eyes were filled with fear. It was fear of facing death. "Madman! Madman!" The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and cursed. Then, he moved his body and wanted to leave. He did not want to lose his life. However, was this a place where he could leave just because he wanted to? The middle-aged man had just moved when an old figure appeared in front of him out of thin air and blocked his path. It was one of the 2 old men other than the leading old man. "Good, very good." After the leading old man recovered from his shock, his face darkened slightly as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. "In the next 6 months, I'll monitor your every move. Before you participate in at least one round of the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, don't even think about leaving Ling Xian Peak. Then, I'll have to trouble you." Duan Lingtian shrugged and said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian's nonchalance stunned the people who regained their senses one after another. This guy doesn't seem to be afraid of death at all. Not only is he not afraid of death, but he seems to be very confident as well. Could it be that he's confident that he'll be able to survive one round of the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? How's that possible? Let alone the fact that he's only a first-level void interpretation martial artist, Even if he's a first-level void transformation martial artist or even a ninth-level void transformation martial artist, he still won't be able to escape death in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak. If that's the case, this guy is intentionally seeking death. Based on the current situation, that should be the case. Everyone present on the scene felt that Duan Lingtian was intentionally seeking death. After all, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was only a first-level void interpretation martial artist. According to common sense, no matter how high a first-level void interpretation martial artist's comprehension was, he would only be able to comprehend some void interpretation concept. Such an existence was no different from an ant in their eyes. I hope you'll still be as calm as you are now 6 months later. I'll wait and see. The old man in the lead said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Duan Lingtian. With a flash of his body, he arrived in front of the middle-aged man who was betting with the Nangong brothers. His eyes were as cold as ice and did not contain any emotions. Sir, I was just joking earlier. I won't bet anymore. I won't bet anymore. The middle-aged man looked at the old man in the lead who was close to him and said in a panic. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear. It was fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. Others might not be afraid of death, but it did not mean he was not afraid of death. If he knew that the purple-clad young man was not afraid of death, he would not have accepted the bet with the Nangong brothers. Boom. The old man in the lead ignored the middle-aged man's begging. With a raise of his hand, he killed the middle-aged man. As for the spatial ring and profundity fragments left behind by the middle-aged man, with a shake of his hand, they were pulled by an invisible force to the Nangong brothers. The scene before their eyes caused everyone to sigh. This outcome was completely out of their expectations. Thank you, sir. After Nangong Yi put away the spatial ring and profundity fragments, he smiled and thanked the old man in the lead. The old man nodded his head nonchalantly. Subsequently, he looked around. His gaze landed on a few martial artists above the 7th-level martial monarch stage, including Nangong Chen. The few of you, follow him to where you'll be staying for the next 6 months. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at one of the 2 old men next to him. At this moment, the old man brought Nangong Chen and the others away. All of you, follow him. Subsequently, the old man in the lead looked at Nangong Yi and the others, as well as the other old man. The group of people, including Nangong Yi, were all above the 4th-level martial monarch stage and below the 7th-level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian, I'll make a move first. Before Nangong Yi and the group of people left with the old man, he greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile. It seemed like he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's situation at all. When the old man in the lead saw this, there was a hint of doubt in the depth of his eyes. Was this person not worried about his companion at all? Was he confident in his companion? Or did he not care about his companion's life or death? At this moment, the old man's gaze instinctively landed on Duan Lingtian. His heart skipped a beat. He was more inclined to the latter. It'd be strange if a first-level void interpretation martial artist could stir up a storm in Ling Xian Peak. He thought to himself. All of you, follow me. Chapter 1229. There were a total of 3 people left, including Duan Lingtian. The 3 of them were below the 4th-level martial monarch stage. Their residence for the next 6 months would be completely different from the other 2 groups of people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 of them followed the old man and headed to the other side of Ling Xian Peak. In the next 6 months, I'll protect all of you with another disciple of Emperor Wu from Ling Xian Peak. I'm Qiao Zhong, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. The old man said to Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Emperor Wu's disciple. Upon hearing Qiao Zhong's words, other than Duan Lingtian who had a calm expression from the beginning, the other 2 were shocked. However, when they recalled Qiao Zhong's words earlier, they looked at each other and were speechless. Protection. As the cultivation place of martial emperors, Ling Xian Peak was usually off-limits to outsiders. How could anyone possibly pose a threat to them? No one could threaten them, let alone protect them. Protection is a lie, surveillance is the real deal. Both of them thought to themselves. Not long ago, Qiao Zhong had said that those who came to Lingxian Peak to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were not allowed to run away. At the very least, they had to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Introduce yourselves. Soon after, Qiao Zhong spoke again. Upon hearing Qiao Zhong's words, other than Du and Lingtian, the other two could not help but be stunned. They knew very well that Qiao Zhong had an ulterior motive for asking them to introduce themselves. Qiao Zhong did not care to know the names of insignificant people like them. It was obvious why Qiao Zhong asked for their names. He wanted to know the name of the purple-clad young man. As expected, Qiao Zhong only nodded nonchalantly when the two of them introduced themselves. He did not mind at all. His gaze landed on Du and Lingtian, who had yet to speak. He asked nonchalantly, "What's your name?" Du and Lingtian. Du and Lingtian replied nonchalantly. He did not raise his head to look at Qiao Zhong from the beginning until the end. Qiao Zhong was slightly annoyed. A kid at the first level void interpretation dared to put on airs in front of him? Humph. The name was not bad. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong path. Qiao Zhong snorted. Hearing Qiao Zhong's words, Du and Lingtian did not react at all, treating it as a passing wind. On the other hand, the other two deeply agreed. They didn't think that Du and Lingtian could survive after half a year. For a moment, they looked at Du and Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Soon, Qiao Zhong brought Du and Lingtian and the other two to the mountainside on the other side of Lingxian Peak. There were two spacious stone platforms here. Between the two stone platforms was a long flight of stairs. On the stone platform above, there was a pavilion that was surrounded by a layer of white mist. It was like a jade palace in a fairyland. The white fog around the pavilion gathered from all directions. Elemental drawing array. Du and Lingtian raised his eyebrows. With just a glance, he could see there was an inscription array on the stone platform where the pavilion was located. This inscription formation had completely gathered all the origin chi that came from top-grade origin stones and high-grade origin stones, forming an extremely good cultivation environment. Cultivating in this pavilion would yield twice the result with half the effort. However, this was only for ordinary martial artists. To Du and Lingtian, even if the origin chi from supreme-grade origin stones was gathered with the elemental drawing array, it would not be of much help to him. His current cultivation base was advancing by leaps and bounds. It was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Even if the origin chi from supreme-grade origin stones were gathered together, it was just icing on the cake to him. It was not worth mentioning. There's an elemental drawing array on the stone platform where the pavilion is located. This elemental drawing array was personally set up by Emperor Wu, Lord Emperor Wu, who is an inscription master of Lingxian Peak. While Du and Lingtian was observing the pavilion, Qiao Zhong began to introduce it to him. Cultivating there will allow one's cultivation base to advance very quickly. It's not inferior to directly absorbing supreme-grade origin stones to cultivate. Gasp! Gasp! Upon hearing Qiao Zhong's words, the other two could not help but take a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they looked at the pavilion in the distance. The other stone platform, as Qiao Zhong's gaze shifted, Du and Lingtian and the other two's gazes also shifted to the other stone platform below the stairs. Compared to the stone platform above, this stone platform was slightly inferior. Or rather, it was ridiculously inferior. Compared to the stone platform above, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. On this stone platform, there were cottages that were casually built with weeds and wood. These cottages were scattered around the stone platform and looked very shabby. All of you will find a cottage on this stone platform to stay in. For the next 6 months, all of you are not allowed to leave the area within a radius of 1,000 meters. Otherwise, you'll be regarded as a deserter and only death awaits you, Qiao Zhong said to Du and Lingtian and the other two. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. Don't even think about getting lucky. Qiao Zhong's gaze landed on Du and Lingtian as he continued to say, for the next 6 months, this place will be guarded by me and another disciple of Emperor Wu from Lingxian Peak. Usually, One of us will go and fetch people while the other will guard this place. Lord Xiaozhong, we're going to stay in these cottages. The other two looked at the cottages in front of them and could not help but frown with a look of disdain on their faces. Why? You think it's dirty? Xiaozhong smirked. If you really think they're dirty, you can change your living environment. Also, I'd like to remind all of you of something. When Xiaozhong reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. Killing is allowed here. We won't care even if those who are weak die. Xiaozhong glanced at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. When Xiaozhong's words left his mouth, the other two looked at Duan Lingtian in unison with fear on their faces. At this moment, their mood improved a lot. Compared to this purple-clad young man, they were undoubtedly much safer. After all, they were at the third-level martial monarch stage. In this place, the most powerful martial artist was only at the third-level martial monarch stage. Go! After Xiaozhong said that, he left and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the other two stepped on the air and landed. Little brother Duan, you're too rash. With your strength, you might not even be able to survive half a year in this place. One of them looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. You might be able to live a little longer if you tuck your tail between your legs. If I were you, I'd find a cottage to stay in and shut myself in until the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers half a year later, the other person scoffed. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He was mocking Duan Lingtian for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. When they saw Duan Lingtian keeping quiet, the two of them felt bored and did not say anything else. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the stone platform that was scattered around the cottage. It stinks. As soon as they got closer, the other two frowned. Their faces turned extremely pale. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also smelled the stench that was coming at him. The stench came from the cottages in front of him. To be more precise, it came from the weeds on the cottages. The smell of all kinds of bird feces was extremely pungent. Compared to this place, the pavilion on the stone platform above is simply heaven. The gazes of the other two simultaneously turned towards the stone platform at the top of the stairs. There was a residence that one could only dream of. It was a place for cultivation. However, that should be the residence of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciple who oversees us. One of them guessed. It should be. The other person nodded. We have to stay in such a godforsaken place for half a year. How are we supposed to live? Soon after, the two of them looked at the cottages in front of them and sighed. Why don't we stay in the cottages? Why don't we cultivate on the mountain rocks further away? Or we can sit cross-legged in the air and cultivate. One of them suggested. That's a good idea. The other person's eyes lit up. Do you think you're the only ones who can come up with this idea? At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and said calmly, look at the footprints at the entrance of these cottages. It's obvious that many people have stayed here. Do you think they're willing to stay here? Just as the other two were stunned, a familiar voice was clearly transmitted into their ears. Those who have no intention of fighting or killing and have the intention of staying 10 meters away from the residence will die. They could tell that it was Xiaozhong's voice. Although Xiaozhong's words were short, the meaning was clear. You can either fight or kill with other people or stay within 10 meters of the cottage and enjoy the unique smell in the cottage. Upon hearing Xiaozhong's words, horror dawned on the duo's faces. They hurriedly looked for an ownerless cottage and entered it before vanishing completely. Duan Lingtian also found a cottage and entered it. There was nothing in the cottage. If they wanted to cultivate, they could only sit cross-legged in the air and cultivate. The stench in the thatched cottage was getting thicker and thicker, but it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. Even Duan Lingtian himself found it strange. I actually don't dislike this smell. How strange. Duan Lingtian did not know. In the part of his memory that he had lost, there was a memory that belonged to him when he was still on Earth in his previous life. In his previous life, he was the strongest soldier on Earth. In his career as a Special Forces soldier and a mercenary, he had experienced countless hardships. He had encountered even worse environments. To him in his previous life, The stench from the cottage was not worth mentioning at all. Although he had lost that part of his memory, he could instinctively accept the stench and was not disgusted by it. Sitting cross-legged in the air, Duan Lingtian slowly closed his eyes and calmed his heart to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, 7th form. Currently, his cultivation base was only at the 1st level Void Interpretation, so he could only cultivate the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique for now. He could only cultivate the 8th form when he broke through to the Void Transformation stage. To him, the Void Transformation stage was not far away. Boom. Chapter 1230. Before he woke up, Duan Lingtian did not forget to comprehend and improve his fused profundity and sword profundity while he was cultivating. Naturally, he was annoyed that he was suddenly interrupted. Therefore, the moment he woke up and opened his eyes, Duan Lingtian's face turned completely gloomy. "Get out here." A loud voice resonated from outside the cottage door that was kicked open. The voice was filled with impatience. A cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He who was sitting cross-legged in the air slowly descended and stood on the ground. Then, he walked out of the cottage slowly. After he came out, Duan Lingtian saw a person standing outside the cottage with just a glance. It was a muscular man with a ferocious and ugly face. The muscular man had a pair of triangular eyes that were staring at him with a cold gleam. "Boy, I really admire you. A mere 1st level Void Interpretation martial artist actually dares to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers." The ugly muscular man's words were filled with sarcasm. "Huh." Upon hearing the muscular man's words, Duan Lingtian frowned. Not many people knew that he was a 1st level Void Interpretation martial artist. In this godforsaken place, only 2 people knew about it. For a moment, Duan Lingtian looked around and noticed that most of the people in the cottage had walked out and were watching him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian recognized 2 people from the crowd. They were the 2 3rd-level martial monarchs that Qiao Zhong had brought along with him. They were also the only 2 people who knew about his background. One of them was looking at him with pity. The other person, on the other hand, was looking at him with a sneer. "Did you instigate this guy to look for trouble with me?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the muscular man coldly. There was no need for him to guess. He knew the reason the muscular man looked for him was because someone had revealed his background. Moreover, it was done intentionally. "So what if I did?" The person who was looking at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on his face generously admitted to it when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Duan Lingtian, the cottage here is already filled with people. This brother has just arrived and doesn't have a place to stay. No matter what, it should be you, a Void Interpretation stage martial artist, who should give up the cottage." As he spoke, the mocking smile on his face deepened. He especially emphasized the words Void Interpretation stage martial artist. "Kid, since I've broken through to the martial monarch stage, I've never made a move against a Void Interpretation stage martial artist. Today, I'll properly taste the feeling of crushing an ant to death with a single finger." The ugly brawny man slowly grinned, and a smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his hideous face. At the same time, he took a step forward towards Duan Lingtian. Boom. At that moment, the origin energy on his body seemed to have transformed into a milky white flame that soared up and emitted a majestic aura. It caused the surrounding air to vibrate and set off a series of faint air explosions. As 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the brawny man's head, his palm swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian fiercely like a fan. He used his origin energy to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It was the symbol of the 2nd-level martial monarch stage. He's going to die. He's only at the 1st-level Void Interpretation stage, yet he still dares to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Who will die if he doesn't? The spectators thought to themselves as their hearts jolted. Above the void, 2 elderly figures stood there. When they saw the brawny man attacking Duan Lingtian, one of the old men said to the other, "Qiao Zhong, it seems like he won't be able to last until the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 months. The other old man was Qiao Zhong, the person who brought Duan Lingtian here 3 months ago. Upon hearing the former's words, Qiao Zhong said nonchalantly, "This is his own choice." Then, the two old men lost interest and even retracted their gazes. In their opinion, everything that happened next was without a doubt. Duan Lingtian would definitely be killed by the brawny man who had a cultivation base at the second-level martial monarch stage. Bang! In the next moment, a deafening loud sound reverberated in the air. The gazes of the two old men once again extended outwards, overlooking the area below. Their eyes froze almost at the same time, and a horrified expression appeared on their faces at the same time. The scene in front of them was completely out of their expectations. In their opinion, the person who should have died did not die, but the person who should not have died had died. To be more precise, he had turned into a bloody mist and died without a burial place. Idiot! As the ugly brawny man turned into a bloody mist, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. At this moment, everyone present saw it. Although the brawny man had exploded into a bloody mist and was only a foot away from the purple-clad young man, there was not a single trace of blood on the purple-clad young man's body. His avoid interpretation stage martial artist? You must be kidding. A second-level martial monarch stage martial artist did not even have time to react before he was killed by him. Did you see his movements clearly? I only saw a fleeting afterimage. The scene was in an uproar. The group of people looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. There was a hint of reverence in their eyes. How's this possible? The third-level martial monarch stage martial artist who betrayed Duan Lingtian had a horrified expression. He could not believe what he had just seen was real. 3 months ago, the person who displayed a cultivation base at the first-level void interpretation in front of him had killed a second-level martial monarch stage martial artist in just a second. Moreover, the person's movements were so fast that even he could not catch a glimpse of it. Soon after, the third-level martial monarch stage martial artist's eyes narrowed. Before he could react, a figure had already appeared in front of him. It was a familiar figure. Duan. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he could not finish his sentence in the end. This was because Duan Lingtian had killed him in a flash. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had become the god of slaughter in the eyes of everyone present. All of them looked at him with dread in their eyes. Fortunately, I didn't scheme against him like that idiot did. The other person who came with Duan Lingtian earlier secretly gasped. At the same time, he felt a little relieved in his heart. It was precisely this fellow who was just killed that spread false news everywhere, saying that this violet-clothed young man was a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist. He probably never would have imagined even in his dreams that not only did he cause the death of another, he even caused his own death. If such a powerhouse is only a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist, doesn't that mean I'm not even a void prying stage martial artist? With his strength, he shouldn't be here at all. The group of people discussed animatedly. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian. These people either came earlier than Duan Lingtian or later than Duan Lingtian. However, they had one thing in common. All of them were martial artists below the 4th-level martial monarch stage. Qiao Zhong. Are you sure he's a void interpretation stage martial artist? High up in the sky, an old man in a green robe asked Qiao Zhong with a strange expression on his face. How's that possible? Qiao Zhong ignored the green-robed old man. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief when they landed on the purple-clad figure. 3 months ago, he had witnessed the purple-clad young man's cultivation base at the first-level void interpretation stage with his own eyes. It could not be fake. However, the purple-clad young man's strength was not inferior to the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage. He had also witnessed it with his own eyes. It could not be fake. It was precisely because of this that he could not figure it out. What exactly was the reason that allowed a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist to possess such a terrifying strength after 3 months? Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at the source of the voice. Soon after, He noticed that the person who communicated with him through voice transmission was the other person who had followed Qiao Zhong to this place that day. "What's the matter?" Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly through voice transmission. "Duan Lingtian, with your strength, you're completely capable of defeating the people in the pavilion behind the staircase and occupying that pavilion for yourself. The environment there is much better than here." A voice transmission sounded out once more to remind Duan Lingtian. "Pavilion?" Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at the other end of the stairs that was even higher. There was another stone platform there, and there was an exquisite pavilion standing on the stone platform. When he first arrived, he had already seen the pavilion. At that time, he only thought that it was the residence of Qiao Zhong and another disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. He did not think much of it. Now, someone was telling him that he could defeat the people in the pavilion and take it for himself. From the very beginning, we were wrong. That pavilion was also a residence for us to live in. However, only the strongest person among us is qualified to stay there. The person who reminded Duan Lingtian seemed to have guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts and continued to speak through voice transmission. Although Duan Lingtian did not mobilize the heaven and earth energy to condense the heaven and earth phenomenon in the two attacks earlier, he could tell that the person in front of him was very strong. However, he could see that Duan Lingtian's strength was not something the person who occupied the pavilion could compare to. No matter how strong that person was, he was only at the third-level martial monarch stage. That person definitely did not have the ability to kill the two people who were killed by Duan Lingtian in just one move. If you really think that it's dirty, you can change your living environment. At this moment, Qiao Zhong's words seemed to echo in Duan Lingtian's ears. That day, Duan Lingtian was still puzzled about why Qiao Zhong would say such a ridiculous thing. Now, he understood. Looks like there's going to be a show to watch. That fellow has occupied that pavilion for 2 months. It's time for him to move his nest. Many people noticed that Duan Lingtian was looking at the pavilion on the stone platform behind the stairs. They could guess what Duan Lingtian wanted to do, and they were excited and filled with anticipation. Then, all eyes fell on Duan Lingtian. "You're the one who killed my brother?" A cold voice descended from the sky, startling everyone and attracting everyone's attention. High up in the sky, there were 3 figures descending from the sky. Chapter 1231. Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at the green-robed middle-aged man who descended from the sky with 2 people behind him and asked nonchalantly, "Your brother is one of those 2 fellows just now?" Ever since he came to Ling Xian Peak, he had only killed 2 people, and they were the 2 people just now. "My brother is Lu Yi, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu," the green-robed middle-aged man said coldly. His eyes gleamed with a ferocious gleam as if he was going to devour someone. Waves of terrifying killing intent faintly radiated from his body, causing many people present to feel terrified. Emperor Wu's disciple. Duan Lingtian killed Emperor Wu's disciple? The moment the green-robed middle-aged man spoke, the entire place burst into an uproar. At once, everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Their faces were filled with shock. He killed Emperor Wu's disciple? The third-level martial monarch stage martial artist who followed Duan Lingtian here with Qiao Zhong 3 months ago looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. He clearly remembered the scene from 3 months ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian indeed only displayed the cultivation base of the first-level void interpretation. This could not be faked. Today, 3 months later, Duan Lingtian killed a second-level martial monarch stage martial artist and a third-level martial monarch stage martial artist. This already shocked him to the core. He could not figure out how Duan Lingtian's improvement could be so exaggerated. Now, someone came with ill intentions and said that Duan Lingtian had killed his brother, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. He must have mistaken me for someone else. He thought to himself. Many people present had the same thought as him, including Qiao Zhong and the old man beside him. Lu Yi, Emperor Wu's disciple? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. A figure immediately appeared in his mind. Are you talking about that bandit leader? Bandit leader. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Qiao Zhong and the old man beside him looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yi, disciple of Emperor Wu of Ling Shen Peak. His favorite thing to do was to bring a few of Emperor Wu's disciples outside to act as bandits and rob the area around Ling Shen Peak. Now, when Du and Lingtian said the words bandit leader, they vaguely realized that it was very likely that Du and Lingtian had really killed Lu Yi. It really is you. The light in the eyes of the green-robed middle-aged man grew even brighter. Taking a step forward, the yuan power on his body surged, transforming into a milky white flame that soared into the sky. His aura was like a rainbow. Bang! He took a step forward, and the ground of the entire stone platform cracked. Hideous cracks spread in all directions, as if they had turned into a giant spider web. One could see how furious he was at that moment. As soon as Du and Lingtian finished speaking, the green-robed middle-aged man took a step forward and was about to attack him. However, a ghostly figure stood in the way of the green-robed middle-aged man. The appearance of this figure was out of everyone's expectations. It's him. Du and Lingtian recognized the figure in front of him at a glance. It was Qiao Zhong, the disciple of Ling Shen Peak's Emperor Wu who had brought him here previously. Qiao Zhong, what do you mean by this? The green-robed middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he said sternly, you better stay out of today's matter. Lu Zhong. Qiao Zhong glanced at the green-robed middle-aged man indifferently. I don't care if your brother died in his hands or not. He's with me now, so he's someone I have to protect. Before the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers begins, I won't let anything happen to him. Qiao Zhong's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. Qiao Zhong, don't forget that you're just a loser to me. Lu Zhong sneered. As the saying went, where there are people, there will be fights. It was the same in Ling Shen Peak. In Ling Shen Peak, there were 3 direct disciples of Spirit Profound Emperor Wu under his command. The eldest disciple usually cultivated beside Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Just like Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, they were elusive. The entire Ling Shen Peak was usually managed by the 2nd and 3rd disciples. As time passed, it was inevitable that there would be some friction between the two. This also caused the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu to fight against each other, forming 2 camps. Lu Zhong was not only one of the top 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu in Ling Shen Peak, but he was also part of the camp of Emperor Wu's 2nd direct disciple. Because of his strength, he was highly valued by Emperor Wu's 2nd direct disciple. Qiao Zhong was part of the camp of Emperor Wu's 3rd direct disciple. Because the 2 of them were in different camps, they were like fire and water. Today, Lu Zhong wanted to take Du and Lingtian away under Qiao Zhong's nose. Naturally, Qiao Zhong would not let him succeed. Whoosh! As Lu Zhong laughed mockingly, a gust of wind blew past. A figure appeared next to Qiao Zhong. It was the old man who was with Qiao Zhong earlier. He was also the disciple of Ling Shen Peak's Emperor Wu who was supervising the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. This disciple of Emperor Wu was in the same camp as Qiao Zhong. Lu Zhong, if you're confident that you can defeat the 2 of us together, you can attack us. Qiao Zhong said nonchalantly. His words were filled with provocation. Lu Zhong's face darkened. He really did not have much confidence in fighting the 2 martial emperor's disciples in front of him alone. Although his strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the group of Emperor Wu's disciples in Ling Shen Peak, he was on par with the 2 people in front of him. In a one-on-one battle, he could defeat any one of the 2 people in front of him. However, if the 2 people in front of him attacked together, he knew that he was no match for them. As for the 2 people he brought with him, they were only Emperor Wu's followers. They could only be cannon fodder in the face of the 2 disciples of Emperor Wu. They would not be of any help to him at all. Qiao Zhong, are you trying to outnumber us? Lu Zhong's eyes gleamed coldly. He had already decided to leave to call for help. Outnumber us? Qiao Zhong seemed to have guessed Lu Zhong's thoughts. He looked at Lu Zhong deeply. Lu Zhong, if I were you, I wouldn't be so stupid as to call for help. Don't forget that the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was set by Emperor Wu. It's also Lord Emperor Wu's order for us to protect the people who are participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. However, I'd like to see what will happen to you if you disobey Lord Emperor Wu's order. At that time, I hope that your master will be willing to plead for you. Qiao Zhong's face was filled with mockery when he reached the end of his sentence. You. Lu Zhong was enraged by Qiao Zhong's words. However, he suppressed his anger in the end. After Qiao Zhong's reminder, he calmed down. I'll let you live for another 3 months. I hope you'll be able to pass the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 months. At that time, I'll kill you with my own hands to avenge my brother. Lu Zhong no longer bothered with Qiao Zhong. Instead, he glared coldly at Duan Lingtian and threatened him fiercely. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and left hastily with the 2 disciples of Emperor Wu behind him. They came and went like the wind as though they had never been there before. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face. His mood was not affected by Lu Zhong's threat at all. In fact, he did not take Lu Zhong seriously at all. Duan Lingtian, did you really kill Lu Yi? Soon after, Qiao Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a complicated expression. I think so. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. He did not know if that person was Lu Yi or not. However, he remembered that after he killed that person, the people around him seemed to have addressed him as Senior Brother Lu. I think so. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, everyone, including Qiao Zhong and the old man next to him, was speechless. 3 months ago, I misjudged you. You shouldn't have stayed here. However, since you've offended Lu Zhong, you can continue to stay here. Qiao Zhong said with a complicated expression. As for that pavilion, you can stay there. As Qiao Zhong spoke, he looked at the pavilion on the stone platform behind the stairs. The pavilion was surrounded by heaven and earth primal qi. A moment later, Qiao Zhong stepped into the air and arrived in front of the pavilion. His mouth moved slightly, but no one knew what he was saying. Soon after, a person flew out of the pavilion. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. My lord, isn't this pavilion for those who are able to obtain it? Can I take it that you're abusing your power for personal gain by doing this? Unlike Qiao Zhong who spoke softly, the middle-aged man deliberately raised his voice. His voice was clearly heard by everyone, including Duan Lingtian. For a moment, most people had a strange expression on their faces. Abusing his power for personal gain? This fellow really dared to say anything. I'm only suggesting that you give up this pavilion. If you're willing, then naturally, everyone will be happy. If you're unwilling to listen to my advice, then fight with him for the ownership of this pavilion. Qiao Zhong also raised his voice and turned to look at Duan Lingtian at the same time. As everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian became the center of attention. The middle-aged man who came out of the pavilion also looked at Duan Lingtian. Although I don't know what relationship you have with this sir to be able to make him ask me to give up this pavilion. If you want to live in this pavilion, you'll have to defeat me or even kill me first. The middle-aged man stepped into the air and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. He looked down at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words and seeing his stance, the people present on the scene had a strange expression on their faces. The ignorant are fearless. The same thought popped up in their minds at the same time. Many people even looked at the middle-aged man with pity on their faces. At this moment, they were almost certain that Duan Lingtian had indeed killed one of Emperor Wu's disciples from Lingshen Peak. Even his brother had come to kill him. It was unlikely that this matter was fake. However, at this moment, they were faced with Duan Lingtian who had the ability to kill Emperor Wu's disciple. The middle-aged man who walked out of the pavilion was one of the best among the third-level martial Monarch stage martial artists. He openly challenged him because he did not know his strength or his past deeds. Although there were many people present on the scene, none of them warned the middle-aged man. Perhaps, they were dissatisfied with the middle-aged man for staying in such a good place for so long and wanted to see him make a fool of himself. I don't like people standing on top of me. Chapter 1232. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, A five-colored energy rose from his body and transformed into a gigantic hand above the middle-aged man's head in just a blink of an eye. Rumble. When the gigantic hand landed, the air vibrated and produced a sound that sounded like an earthquake. In an instant, before the middle-aged man could even react, he was enveloped by the gigantic hand and was pressed against the ground. Bang! A loud sound reverberated in the air as the gigantic hand landed on the ground and left a huge palm print on the stone platform before it disappeared without a trace. Barf! Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was slammed into the ground of the stone platform. He was severely injured and only moved after a long time. When he moved, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with blood clots. Subsequently, he looked at the purple figure nearby with fear on his face and fainted immediately. Silence. The scene was dead silent. After glancing at the unconscious middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian moved and leaped up the stone platform behind the stairs and entered the pavilion in just a blink of an eye. Apart from Qiao Zhong and the other Emperor Wu's disciple, nobody could see Duan Lingtian's movements clearly. His ability is not inferior to ours. Qiao Zhong and the other Emperor Wu's disciple looked at each other and spoke in unison through voice transmission. Their words and actions were in sync. As for the remaining group of people, while they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed, they looked at the unconscious middle-aged man in unison. A hint of schadenfreude could be seen on their faces. Qiao Zhong, with his ability, it's certain that he'll become Emperor Wu's disciple in 3 months. Why don't you seize this opportunity to rope him into our camp? The other Emperor Wu's disciple asked curiously when he arrived next to Qiao Zhong. Are you afraid that he'll be roped in by that camp? Qiao Zhong smiled. Realization dawned on Qiao Zhong. With Lu Zhong's enmity toward Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for Lu Zhong to let Duan Lingtian join their camp. When he's on the opposite side of that camp, we'll make an appearance and ask him to join us. At that time, he'll be grateful to us. Qiao Zhong said. You really are an old fox. The former could not help but sigh. After that, he seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously, by the way, do you know why he only revealed his cultivation base at the first level void interpretation 3 months ago? I'm guessing that he used some sort of secret technique to hide his true cultivation level. Qiao Zhong said solemnly. There's such a secret technique? The former had a strange look in his eyes. If there really is such a secret technique, it doesn't seem to have any other use other than pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, right? It's enough to play the pig to eat the tiger. Qiao Zhong sighed. Don't forget, before this, even we were fooled by him. The interior of the exquisite and spacious pavilion was dazzling. Compared to the cottage Duan Lingtian had lived in before, it was like 2 completely different worlds. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. After he entered the pavilion, he sat on the soft couch and prepared to start cultivating again. I can't believe that 3 months have already passed. 3 months later, Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection will begin. At that time, I'll definitely amaze the world and attract the attention of that powerhouse, Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He did not forget his purpose of coming here. The most important thing now is to continue improving my strength. Only with a powerful strength can I sweep away all obstacles and attract the attention of that powerhouse, Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. While he was cultivating, he also began to comprehend the fused profundity and sword profundity in his own way. Time passed by quietly, and Duan Lingtian's strength was improving every second. A month later, in the north of Cloud Continent, there were 3 towering snow peaks in an area that was covered in snow all year round. In the middle of the 3 snow peaks was an ice lake that was constantly emitting fog. Even though the temperature was terrifyingly low, the water in the ice lake was not frozen. It was only emitting bone-chilling cold air. It was extremely unique. The ice lake had a nice name, Yuhan Lake. With Yuhan Lake as the center, there was another name for the place surrounded by the 3 towering snow peaks. Yuhan Valley. Yuhan Valley was also the cultivation place of Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. That Emperor Wu was known as Yuhan and was known as Yuhan Emperor Wu. Speaking of Yuhan Emperor Wu, She was definitely the strongest female powerhouse on Cloud Continent. Her strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the 9 known Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. Because of this, when Yuhan Valley released the news that Yuhan Lake was going to hold the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection half a year ago, many female martial artists came from all over. The reason why there were only female martial artists was that Yuhan Valley did not accept male disciples and followers. In Yuhan Valley, there were only female martial artists, including Yuhan Emperor Wu. There was no exception. Today, there were 2 uninvited guests in the sky above Yuhan Valley. They were 2 women, young women. One of the ladies was wearing a light purple dress. She was extremely beautiful and had an invisible charm that seemed to be able to turn everyone upside down. The other woman wore light yellow clothes, and her appearance was not inferior to the former. However, unlike the former, her peerless appearance seemed to be mixed with some youthfulness. If the lady in front was described as a passionate red rose, then, the woman behind him was a pure and unsullied snow lotus who had emerged from the mud. The 2 ladies were equally beautiful, but they each had their own unique features. Fortunately, we came here early in the morning. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to make it in time for the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection. The lady in the light purple dress mumbled. Yes, I didn't expect Yuhan Valley to hold the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection a year in advance. The other lady nodded lightly. She then frowned as if she was worried. I wonder if we can become Emperor Wu's follower with our current abilities. Ke, you must believe in your own abilities. The lady in the purple dress comforted her softly. Sister Fei, I miss young master. When do you think we can see young master? The lady who was called Ke said in a trembling voice. We'll go back to look for the bad guy after we've avenged master and senior sister. The lady in the purple dress trembled slightly. Her voice sounded a little off and she only recovered after a while. Ke, let's go in. The 2 ladies were Ke and Li Fei. They were Duan Lingtian's 2 fiancés who had not seen each other for many years. After they had escaped from the Yin-Yang sect, they headed north and headed straight for Yuhan Valley. To their surprise, they heard that Yuhan Valley would be holding the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection 2 months later when they arrived at the northern region of the Inner Land. Compared to what they had heard before, it was a full year earlier. As Ku and Li Fei continued to fly into Yuhan Valley, they were soon stopped by a lady in blue. She asked expressionlessly, "Are you guys here to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers that will be held in Yuhan Valley 2 months later?" "Yes." The 2 ladies nodded. "Follow me." The lady in blue called out to Ke and Li Fei and brought them into Yuhan Valley. After a while, Ke and Li Fei were brought to an independent valley. There were many wooden houses built in the valley. The wooden houses were covered in snow as if they were covered in a layer of silver. There are 2 empty wooden houses. You can stay in them. If you're any later, you'll have to snatch other people's wooden houses. The lady in blue said expressionlessly, "Killing is allowed in this place. The strong ones are respected. You're on your own." The lady in blue left as soon as she finished speaking. Only Ke and Li Fei were left. They looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. "Ke, let's go in." Li Fei called out to Ke and the 2 of them were about to enter the 2 ownerless wooden houses that were next to each other. Wait. Just as the 2 ladies were about to enter the ownerless wooden houses, a sudden voice stopped them. Then, a lady walked out of the other wooden house. She was the one who had spoken earlier. The lady was limping as she walked with a limp. Moreover, she was blind in one eye and had a hideous scar on her face. It looked like a centipede that was lying there. She looked extremely scary. Seeing this woman, Li Fei was still okay and kept calm. However, Ke could not help but frown slightly. The lady's appearance frightened her. Such a crippled and ugly woman, compared to Li Fei and Ku, who were as beautiful as flowers and jade, was simply 2 extremes, a difference of thousands of miles. These 2 girls are going to be in trouble. Then, many ladies walked out of the other wooden houses. They looked at Li Fei and Ke with pity in their eyes. So far, 8 of them have died. Including them, there are 10 of them. A lady sighed. Although the 8 who died earlier were beautiful, they were not as good as them. These 2 girls are going to be in a worse state. Another lady shook her head. The ladies who walked out of the wooden houses had one thing in common, and that was they were not beautiful. What are you trying to do? Seeing the ugly woman walking towards the 2 of them, Li Fei's face sank as she shouted in a delicate voice. If there's an afterlife, remember not to be so good-looking. A femme fatale. The ugly lady looked at Li Fei and Kerr with a ruthless gaze as if she was looking at 2 dead people. So, you're an ugly freak who can't stand other people being good-looking. Li Fei sneered when she heard the ugly lady's words. At the same time, she took out her spirit weapon and was ready to attack. Chapter 1233. A silhouette of an ancient black dragon and 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the hideous lady's head. She was able to trigger the heaven and earth energy to form such a heaven and earth phenomenon with only her origin energy. That was the mark of an 8th level Monarch martial artist. As the hideous lady's multicolored energy rose again, Li Fei and Kerr knew that she was communicating with the profundity that she had comprehended. Wait. Li Fei stopped her with a grave expression. What? Do you have something to say before you die? The hideous lady asked in a deep voice. Her origin energy and profundity were ready to be unleashed. She was ready to kill Li Fei and Kerr anytime. You want to kill us just because we're prettier than you? Li Fei asked after taking a deep breath. It's not that you're prettier than me. Women who look like demons deserve to die, the hideous lady said in a deep voice. What if the one who looks good is Emperor Wu of Yuhan? What if it's Emperor Wu's direct disciple or Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley? With your ability, I'm afraid you're only a threat to Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley. Li Fei continued. I'll admit that women who look like demons are more powerful than me. Those who are weaker than me won't be able to live. The hideous lady continued with her fallacious logic. At the same time, she quickened her pace and went straight for Li Fei and Kerr. Li Fei's expression changed drastically. She just realized that the hideous lady before her was a crazy woman with a twisted mind. She hurriedly said to Kuer, you go first. I'll stop her. As she spoke, Li Fei's figure moved and she extended her hand to meet the ugly woman. Although she knew that she was no match for the hideous lady, she still wanted to fight for Kerr's life. Bastard, we'll meet again in the next life. While facing the ugly woman, Li Fei was completely disheartened. A purple figure appeared in her mind. It was a tall, handsome young man in purple clothes. Sister Fei Kerr shouted, and at the same time, she also moved to meet the ugly woman. The 3-foot-long sword that appeared in her hand was instantly covered with a layer of ice. It was entwined with a bone-chilling sword aura as it swept towards the ugly woman. A sword came from the west, as if it had the help of the gods. Although Li Fei asked her to leave, how could she leave just like that? If something really happened to Li Fei, even if she was lucky enough to survive, she would be depressed for the rest of her life. Just thinking about that kind of life made her afraid. Young master, if there is a next life, Kerr would still be willing to be a little girl by your side. Kerr's eyes were brimming with tears as she wielded the 3-foot-long sword that exuded an extremely cold aura. The same figure as the one in Li Fei's mind appeared in her mind. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the face of Li Fei and Kerr's attacks, the ugly woman sneered disdainfully. She did not even bother to use her spirit weapon as she swept her palm across. At the same time, 3 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared in the void above her head as she attacked. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Li Fei and Kerr in an imposing manner. Compared to the 3 silhouettes of ancient black dragons, the silhouettes of ancient black dragons and thousands of ancient horned dragons that appeared in the void above Li Fei and Kerr's heads seemed exceptionally small. What a pity. At that moment, many ladies who came out of the wooden houses to watch the show closed their eyes as they could not bear to watch. It was as if they could already foresee the scene of 2 peerless beauties being brutally killed. Boom. Ah. As a deafening loud sound reverberated, waves of rolling airwaves spread in all directions. A shrill scream followed, piercing everyone's eardrums. Something's not right. At that moment, many ladies felt that something was amiss. This voice, when they opened their eyes again or regained their senses, they realized that there was a beautiful figure in front of the two unharmed beauties, protecting them behind her. On the other hand, the ugly woman was sent flying. She crashed heavily on the mountain wall that was covered in snow, leaving a human-shaped mark on it. Barf! The ugly woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale as she looked at the lady who was protecting Li Fei and Kerr. She said in a deep voice, "Isn't killing prohibited here? Are you trying to protect these two lowly servants for personal reasons?" Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. It was the woman who was standing in front of Li Fei and Ku Er. She disappeared into thin air and reappeared in front of the ugly woman. She raised her hand and gave her a slap. "It's not up to you to tell me what to do." The lady who was standing in front of the ugly woman was a delicate lady. She was dressed in white and looked like she was one with the ice and snow. Although she looked delicate, there was a terrifying power hidden in her body. Otherwise, the ugly woman would not have been defeated by her. At that moment, the ugly woman did not dare to say anything. Although her ability was great, she would at most become a martial emperor's follower in the Yuhan Valley selection of martial emperor's disciples and followers 2 months later. She knew that very well. However, the lady in front of her was one of Emperor Wu's disciples in Yuhan Valley. She was far more powerful than the ugly woman. Therefore, although she was unwilling, she did not dare to say anything. "Two lowly servants. I'll let you live for 2 more months. In the selection of Emperor Wu's disciple and follower in 2 months, I'll make you disappear from this world completely." The ugly woman looked viciously at Li Fei and Kerr as she thought to herself, "Thank you for saving our lives, sister." At that moment, Kerr and Li Fei thanked the lady in white. They knew very well that if the lady in white had not helped them, they would not have escaped death today. However, they were filled with doubts. The lady in blue who had brought them in earlier was one of Emperor Wu's disciples in Yuhan Valley and one of Emperor Wu's followers. She had told them from the beginning that killing was prohibited and that only the powerful ones were respected. However, the lady in white who they suspected to be Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley had saved them. They found it strange. Why did the lady in white want to save them? "Follow me." After glancing at the ugly woman coldly, the lady in white turned to look at Kerr and Li Fei. She nodded slightly and stepped into the air. Although they did not know where the lady in white was bringing them, Kerr and Li Fei chose to listen to the lady in white and followed her out of the valley. After Kerr and Li Fei left, there was a commotion in the valley. "Who do you think those 2 girls are? They should be one of Emperor Wu's disciples. Otherwise, why would she save them? I heard that some women don't like men but prefer women. Do you think she's one of them?" She saw that those 2 girls were pretty, so, now that you mention it, it's possible. As the saying went, 3 women make a show. When a group of women gathered in the valley, they could even turn black into white. At that moment, the ugly woman returned to her wooden house with a grave expression. On the other hand, Li Fei and Kerr followed the lady in white silently and headed to the other side. "Sister, where are you bringing us?" Kerr could not help but ask softly. "To see senior sister Shu." The lady in white turned around to look at Kerr. A rare smile appeared on her face that was as calm as an ancient well. It was a smile that was like the blooming of a green lotus. It was refreshing. Seeing this scene, Ku Er was still fine and only returned a smile. However, there was a flash of surprise in Li Fei's eyes. She realized that the lady in white, who was suspected to be Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley, seemed to be very polite to Kerr. What was the reason? Her heart was filled with doubts. Soon, the lady in white brought Kerr and Li Fei to the mountainside of one of the snowy peaks around Yuhan Valley. There was a wooden house that was covered in white snow. It was impossible to see the wooden house from afar. They could only see it clearly when they got closer. Senior sister Shu. After the lady in white brought Kerr and Li Fei over, she greeted the wooden house that was covered in thick snow respectfully. Li Fei and Kier's gazes also landed on the wooden house. To be precise, they were looking at the door of the wooden house. They were curious about the person who was about to come out from the house. Kerr, The lady in white who saved us must be Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley. I guess she has to be the direct disciple of Yuhan Valley's Emperor Wu to be treated so respectfully, Li Fei said to Ke through voice transmission. Ke's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Before she could reply, the door of the wooden house opened with a creak. At the same time, a beautiful figure walked out slowly from the house. It was an ordinary-looking young lady in green. She looked to be in her early 30s with a cold face. She looked straight at the lady in white when she walked out. "What's the matter?" The green-clothed lady spoke unhurriedly. Her voice was so cold that it seemed to have come from an extremely cold ice cave, causing Li Fei and Ku to involuntarily shiver. "Senior apprentice Sister Shu, I saw someone using a sword skill similar to the one you used." The lady in white seemed to feel the pressure when facing the lady in green. She took a deep breath and said, "The sword skill that I used." The lady in green frowned. "It's the sword skill that came with the technique that Emperor Wu passed on to you." The lady in white reminded her. "What?" As the white-clothed woman's voice fell, the green-clothed woman's face could no longer remain calm, and her expression changed completely. "Who?" At the same time, she looked at Li Fei and Ke. "It's her." The lady in white looked at Ke and said to the lady in green. "You, show me your sword skill," Yi Futian said. At this moment, the lady in green tried her best to calm herself down and said to Ke. When Ke heard that, she looked at Li Fei. After seeing Li Fei's nod of approval, she moved and displayed the sword skill that she had mastered. "Is your sword skill derived from a technique called Han Bing's Holy Sword Technique?" Chapter 1234. How? How did you know? Ke looked at the lady in green and asked in surprise. Only a handful of people knew the name of her cultivation method, and they were all close to her. But today, someone spoke the name of the cultivation method she cultivated through the sword skill she displayed, which made her feel inexplicably shocked. Whoosh! Facing Ke's surprise, the lady in green did not answer. She raised her hand slightly. In an instant, a sword appeared in her hand. It was a sword that was completely formed by Yuan Li. In the next moment, she moved. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of the sword, the lady in green's action was exactly the same as Ke's when she performed the sword skill. The sword was also filled with a bone-chilling cold air. Of course, the cold air on the lady in green's sword was even more terrifying. Wherever the sword passed, the air seemed to freeze. When the breeze blew, it turned into a bone-chilling cold wind. How? How did you know this sword skill? As the lady in green kept her sword, Ke was dumbfounded. The sword skill displayed by the lady in green was exactly the same as the one she practiced. No matter the movement or the charm. Of course, the lady in green's attainment in this sword skill was far better than hers. Where the sword tip points, the world will be frozen. The lady in green did not answer Ke's question. Instead, she suddenly said these words to Ke. Hearing these words, Ke's eyes suddenly shrank. She said with a face full of shock, You also practiced Han Bing's God's sword skill?" No one knew these words better than Ke. These were the last words of the general outline of Han Bing's God's sword skill, and also the most important words. Once Han Bing's God's sword skill was cultivated to the extreme, where the sword tip points, the world will be frozen. Han Bing's God's sword skill. Li Fei, who was standing at the side, was puzzled by what had just happened. Now, after hearing Ke's words, she was completely enlightened. The woman in green in front of him actually cultivated the same cultivation method as Ke? That's not right. According to what Scoundrel said back then, no matter if it was the art of the sun and moon star that he passed on to me or the Han Bing God sword technique that he passed on to little sister Ke, there shouldn't be a second person who knows them. Li Fei shook her head. She couldn't figure it out. Now, she finally understood why the woman in white had saved her and Ke. It turned out that the woman in white had recognized the sword skill that Ke had cultivated. Scoundrel, you know what? The cultivation method you passed on to little sister Ke saved both my life and hers. Li Fei muttered in her heart. If I'm not wrong, you're practicing the complete Han Bing's God sword technique. The woman in green looked at Ke, her eyes gleaming as she muttered, "I can't believe that there's a third person who has cultivated the complete Han Bing's God's Sword technique on Cloud Continent apart from Master and me. Apart from you, there's another person who has cultivated the Han Bing's God's Sword technique?" Ke was shocked. She was already shocked when she saw another person who had cultivated the Han Bing's God's Sword technique. However, from what the woman in front of her had just said, there seemed to be a third person who had cultivated the Han Bing's God's Sword technique. Senior Sister Shu's cultivation method was passed down personally by Lord Emperor Wu. It's also the most powerful cultivation method in Yuhan Valley. Regardless of the generation of Yuhan Valley Master, he would only pass it down to one person. At this moment, the woman in white standing at the side spoke. As she spoke, she did not forget to look at the woman in green with respect. The person who was passed down the cultivation method is also the future successor of Yuhan Valley, Lord Emperor Wu. Once the woman in white said that, Li Fei looked at the woman in green and could not help but exclaim, You're really Emperor Wu's lineal disciple?" Although she had already guessed it, Li Fei was still shocked when it was confirmed. Not only is Senior Sister Shu the lineal disciple of Emperor Wu, but she's also the future successor of Yuhan Valley. Sooner or later, she'll become a powerful person like Emperor Wu. As the woman in white spoke, her eyes were filled with fanatical admiration for the woman in green. Emperor Wu's lineal disciple. Li Fei's words also shocked Ke. Ke could not help but look at the woman in green in shock. Your Han Bing's God's Sword technique was passed down to you by Yuhan Emperor Wu? That's right. The woman in green nodded. The frost on her face that was originally as cold as ice seemed to have melted. "Come with me. Master will definitely be very interested in you. Who knows, she might even make an exception and take you in as her lineal disciple." The woman in green said. Lineal disciple. The woman in green's words not only shocked Ke but also Li Fei. The woman in green's master was the owner of Yuhan Valley, Yuhan Emperor Wu. Becoming her master's lineal disciple meant that she would become Yuhan Emperor Wu's lineal disciple. "I can go with you, but Sister Fei has to go too," Ke said. "Little girl, Senior Sister Shu is bringing you to see Lord Emperor Wu. It's your good fortune. Now, you still dare to negotiate with Senior Sister Shu?" The woman in white who was standing at the side snorted and frowned. "If Sister Fei doesn't want to go with me, then I won't go either." Ke ignored the woman in white and looked at the woman in green stubbornly. Seeing that, Li Fei felt warmth in her heart. She knew that Ke was fighting for her opportunity. At the same time, Li Fei looked at the woman in green with fear. She was afraid that Ke would anger her because of that. That would be a loss. "Let's go." Surprisingly, the woman in green nodded and agreed to Ke's condition. At the same time, she stepped into the air and slowed down, intentionally waiting for Ke and Li Fei. Ke and Li Fei looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Then, they followed the woman in green. Along the way, they also found out the full name of the woman in green. Shu Rong. Under Shu Rong's lead, Ke and Li Fei arrived at the peak of a snowy peak. The peak of the snowy peak was covered in clouds. From afar, it looked like a vast expanse. Through the clouds, they could see a vast stone platform standing there. On the stone platform, there was a palace made entirely of ice. This was a sparkling and translucent palace. It was so beautiful that it looked like a palace that only existed in the heavens. "Master." Shu Rong led Ke and Li Fei to the ice palace and bowed respectfully. Almost as soon as Shu Rong finished speaking, Ke and Li Fei did not have time to react before a woman appeared in front of them. It was a young woman. The young woman looked to be in her 30s, but Ke and Li Fei knew that the woman in front of them was at least 100 years old. The young woman stood in front of them. Her aura was restrained and she looked just like an ordinary person. Lord Emperor Wu. Facing this ordinary-looking young woman, Ke and Li Fei did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly bowed respectfully as they were filled with excitement. It was their first time seeing a powerhouse like Emperor Wu in their lives. However, from the beginning to the end, the ordinary-looking young lady did not even look at Ke and Li Fei. She looked at Shu Rong and asked indifferently, Rong, why are you looking for me? Master, she has cultivated the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique just like us. Shu Rong looked at Ke and said to the young woman, who was Yuhan Emperor Wu. The reason why she said she had cultivated the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique was because the other lineal disciples of Emperor Wu in Yuhan Valley had more or less cultivated the surface of Han Bing's divine sword technique. The incomplete Han Bing's divine sword technique that they had cultivated was passed down to them by Yuhan Emperor Wu under the pretext that he had kept it a secret. Yuhan Valley's rule was that the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique could only be passed down to one person. It had been that way for generations. As Shu Rong spoke, Yuhan Emperor Wu's calm face finally changed. At the same time, her gaze landed on Ku. Her eyes suddenly became sharp as she asked in a deep voice, have you really cultivated the complete Han Bing's God Sword technique? Yes. Ke could not breathe as she looked at Yuhan Emperor Wu, who was looking at her fiercely. Subsequently, under Martial Emperor Yuhan's request, Ku performed the sword skill that came with Han Bing's divine sword technique. It was a sword skill that could only be performed by those who had cultivated the complete version of Han Bing's divine sword technique. It's really the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique. Yuhan Emperor Wu was shocked. But shouldn't only Yuhan Valley have Han Bing's divine sword technique? Yuhan Valley had been passed down for 3,000 years. In these 3,000 years, there had been many powerful Emperor Wu in Yuhan Valley. They had all become Emperor Wu because they had cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique. Of course, not everyone could become Emperor Wu by cultivating Han Bing's divine sword technique. It also depended on one's talent. Han Bing's divine sword technique is a cultivation method passed down by our Yuhan Valley's ancestor. According to the handwritten record left behind by our ancestor, she obtained Han Bing's divine sword technique from a martial emperor's tomb. Yuhan Emperor Wu quickly suppressed his shock. He calmed down and pondered seriously. According to her judgment, the tomb of Emperor Wu had been passed down for at least 10,000 years, or even longer. The Emperor Wu who was buried in the tomb was the one who had excavated the tomb. She was a female Emperor Wu, the Ice Emperor Wu. Back then, apart from Han Bing's divine sword technique, our ancestor had also obtained a voice transmission jade slip. The voice transmission jade slip contained the last words of the Ice Emperor Wu. The Ice Emperor Wu was an Emperor Wu who had existed 20,000 years ago. According to the Ice Emperor Wu, the Han Bing's divine sword technique that she had cultivated had only been passed down to one person before she was buried in the tomb. That person was an Emperor Wu who was even more powerful than her. That Emperor Wu was known as Samsara and was known as Samsara Emperor Wu. According to the Ice Emperor Wu, the cultivation method that Samsara Emperor Wu had cultivated was called Three Lives Samsara Technique. The Three Lives Samsara Technique had the ability to reincarnate. Chapter 1235. The Frost Emperor Wu knows a little about the Three Lives Rebirth Technique. It's said that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu can reincarnate once every 10,000 years. When he entered the Emperor Wu realm during his third reincarnation, he would be considered to have cultivated the Three Lives Rebirth Technique to its peak. All of this was recorded in the handwritten letter left behind by the Yuhan Valley's ancestor. Looking at the time, it should be the time for the Reincarnation Emperor Wu to reincarnate for his third reincarnation. Once he cultivates to the Emperor Wu realm in this reincarnation, the Three Lives Rebirth Technique will be perfected. The Yuhan Emperor Wu was shocked when he thought of this. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu from 20,000 years ago had gone through 3 reincarnations just to cultivate a cultivation method called the Three Lives Rebirth Technique to its peak. Just how powerful was this set of techniques? One should know that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu could defeat the Frost Emperor Wu who cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique in his first reincarnation. One could only imagine how powerful the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was. It seems like the Han Bing's divine sword technique that this little girl is cultivating was passed down to her by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu in his third reincarnation. The Yuhan Emperor Wu looked at Ke as he speculated in his heart. Ke, who was being stared at by the Yuhan Emperor Wu, could not help but feel uneasy when she saw that the Yuhan Emperor Wu did not respond after a long time. No matter what, the person standing in front of her was an Emperor Wu, the supreme existence on Cloud Continent. Who passed down the Han Bing's divine sword technique to you? Finally, the Yuhan Emperor Wu regained his senses and asked this question as soon as he opened his mouth. It's young master who passed it down to me. Ke took a deep breath and said slowly. Young master? The Yuhan Emperor Wu raised his eyebrows. He is the fiancé of my sister Ke, and I, seeing that Ke seemed to be a little restrained, Li Fei answered for her. Fiancé? Upon hearing this, the cold Emperor Wu's eyes lit up imperceptibly. It seems, the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu hasn't fully matured yet. According to the records left behind by my ancestors in Yuhan Valley, the Frost Emperor Wu mentioned in the voice transmission jade slip that she left behind. Apart from being a powerful martial artist, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was also a heaven-defying alchemist. Grade 1 is the limit for an ordinary alchemist. On the other hand, Emperor Wu of the reincarnation cycle blazed a new trail and became a quasi-royal grade alchemist, or even a royal grade alchemist. It's said that the royal grade healing pill refined by the reincarnation Emperor Wu can even revive a dead person and grow flesh and bones. Moreover, the reincarnation Emperor Wu has gone through 2 reincarnations. He must have left many good things for his third reincarnation. Greed flashed in the depth of the Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes as she thought about this. Subsequently, she snapped back to her senses and looked at Ke. I'd like to take you in as my direct disciple. Are you willing? Although she had no idea why the fiancé of the reincarnation Emperor Wu would come to Yuhan Valley in his third reincarnation, she naturally had to make good use of her since she was here. Reincarnation Emperor Wu. The things that you left for your third reincarnation after 2 reincarnations are destined to be mine, the Yuhan Emperor Wu thought to himself. I can be your direct disciple. However, you must take Sister Fei as your direct disciple too. Ke's eyes lit up when she heard what the Yuhan Emperor Wu said. She then looked at Li Fei, who was next to her, and said to the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Xu Rong frowned at the side. This ungrateful girl. Never mind that she was talking about conditions in front of her. How dare she talk about conditions in front of her master, the high and mighty Yuhan Emperor Wu? I agree. Xu Rong thought that her master would be angry. However, she was surprised to find that not only was her master not angry, she even agreed to Ke's condition without hesitation. Thank you, Sir Emperor Wu. Ke's eyes lit up when she heard that. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sir Emperor Wu. Li Fei also expressed her gratitude. Are you still calling me Sir Emperor Wu? The Yuhan Emperor Wu smiled faintly and asked meaningfully. Master. Ke and Li Fei immediately reacted and bowed respectfully to the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Right now, they were completely overwhelmed by joy. They were completely unaware that a huge trap was being set up for them and their fiancés. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. Another month passed just like that. There was only a month left until the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak. There was a long flight of stairs halfway up the mountain on one side of Lingxian Peak that completely separated the 2 stone platforms. The flight of stairs was like a natural moat that separated the 2 stone platforms into 2 different worlds. There was an exquisite pavilion on the stone platform above. The pavilion was surrounded by heaven and earth origin energy that was almost tangible. The cultivation environment was so good that it was enough to make others envious. On the other hand, the stone platform below had cracks on the ground that looked like a huge spiderweb. There were also cottages on the platform that were filled with a stench that would not go away for a long time. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air in front of the pavilion. It was a purple figure. It was Duan Lingtian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for another 2 months. There's only a month left. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Then, he moved and stepped into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had left the place he was at previously. From the beginning until the end, he was not stopped at all. Of course, it was not because Qiao Zhong and the other disciple of Emperor Wu did not know that Duan Lingtian had left. Although they knew, they did not plan to stop Duan Lingtian. Not to mention that they might not be able to stop Duan Lingtian with their strength. However, with Duan Lingtian's strength, since he had decided to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak, he would definitely not go back on his word. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not go back on his word. He left temporarily because he wanted to take a breather. As he stepped into the air, he performed his movement technique, Dragon Soaring 9 Heaven, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon. He circled around Ling Xian Peak and headed to the peak at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many of Emperor Wu's followers. However, none of them noticed him. Soon, Duan Lingtian arrived at the peak of Ling Xian Peak. The peak was completely shrouded in clouds. As soon as he entered, Duan Lingtian heard the clear sound of a sword chime. There's someone else practicing sword here? Duan Lingtian continued to go deeper while he was puzzled. He soon discovered that there was someone practicing sword on the peak of Ling Xian Peak. This person did not use his origin energy or profundity when he practiced the sword. He was completely using his spiritual energy to control the spirit sword. It was similar to the 9 Tribulations sword control technique that Qin Yi cultivated. Inscription Master? Duan Lingtian guessed when he discovered that the person was controlling the sword with his spiritual energy. That was why he did not use his spiritual energy to probe the person's cultivation base. The person was an inscription master, so it would be easy for him to discover his spiritual energy probing. It was impolite to probe other people's cultivation base. The person controlling the sword with his spiritual energy was a young man. He was tall and wore a green robe that moved with the wind. He looked elegant and carefree. Since his back was facing Duan Lingtian could not see his face clearly. One had to admit that the young man's attainment in the sword Dao was quite profound. If it was the Duan Lingtian from before, he would definitely admit that he was not as good as him. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head at this moment. What? You can do better than me? Suddenly, a voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, and it shocked him to the point he shuddered and completely returned to his senses. He only realized now. The young man who had his back facing him had somehow noticed his presence and was talking to him. When the young man was talking to him, he turned around and revealed his face. It was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was handsome. He stood there as though he had transformed into a sharp sword that was ready to soar into the sky at any time. You think you're doing well? Duan Lingtian, who regained his senses, asked in a slightly amused manner. The young man in front of him used his spiritual energy to control the sword. It was far better than the 9 Tribulations sword control technique that he had used in the past. However, it was not worth mentioning to him now. After comprehending the sword Dao comprehension that had accumulated in his mind, his attainment in the sword Dao had improved tremendously. You're all talk and no action, the young man said. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man nonchalantly. Without wasting any time, a 3-foot-long green sword appeared in his hand. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Subsequently, he did not split the quasi-royal grade spirit sword into 9. Instead, he used his spiritual energy to control it to fly in the air. It began to circle around him and its speed became faster and faster. His attainments in the sword Dao that had been raised recently due to his comprehension of the sword Dao was fully displayed. The young man stood to the side, and his gaze gradually changed from the initial disdain. In the end, it was filled with shock. Who is he? There's such a person in Ling Xian Peak? The young man muttered softly. Soon, the young man's gaze became a little dull. His mind was completely immersed in Duan Lingtian's movements. To be more precise, he was immersed in the movements of the spirit sword around Duan Lingtian's body. After all, Duan Lingtian did not move at all. He stood there as still as a mountain. The young man's gaze changed from the initial sluggishness to confusion, and then to enlightenment. His expression was changing with every passing moment. You can do that. Amazing. Amazing. As time passed by, the young man could only sigh in admiration at the attainment Duan Lingtian displayed in the sword Dao. He felt ashamed of his inferiority. What's your name? As Duan Lingtian withdrew his spiritual energy and the spirit sword returned to his hand, The young man could not help but ask curiously. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied calmly. Duan Lingtian? You're Emperor Wu's disciple from Lingshen Peak? The young man's eyes gleamed as he asked. No. Chapter 1236. You're here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that will be held in Lingshen Peak a month later? The young man could not help but be surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. With your attainments in the sword Dao, it's only a matter of time before you comprehend the Emperor stage sword concept. I don't think there's a need for you to become a disciple of Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, right? Comprehending the Emperor stage sword profundity was only a matter of time. Duan Lingtian snickered inwardly. He had already comprehended the Emperor stage sword profundity a long time ago. However, he did not point it out. I'm not interested in becoming a disciple of that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. I'm here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in Lingshen Peak mainly because I want that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu to do me a favor. If I have to become his direct disciple in order to get his help, then I can only force myself to do it. If it's possible, of course, I'm not willing to become his direct disciple. Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. Force yourself to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple? Duan Lingtian's words made the young man's mouth twitch slightly. In the entire Cloud Continent, there were countless martial artists who wanted to become a direct disciple of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. However, the purple-clad young man before him did not care about it at all. If someone else had said that, he might have mocked them. However, the purple-clad young man before him had the right to say that because of his previous performance. Soon after, the young man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "What do you want from Spirit Profound Emperor Wu?" To him, it's just a small favor, but to me, it's extremely important. Duan Lingtian muttered softly. Although he had regained some of his memories in the past few months, he still knew nothing about his identity and origin. That memory seemed to have been completely sealed away. He did not know where he came from or where he was going. He felt that there was only one reason for him to live, and that was to understand his past. That was all. I see. The young man nodded and continued, as far as I know, Lingshen Peak Spirit Profound Emperor Wu is extremely picky when it comes to choosing his direct disciples. Over the years, he has only accepted 3 direct disciples. Although your attainments in the Tao of the Sword are high, he might not make an exception and take you as his direct disciple. The young man said to Duan Lingtian. Hearing you say that, it seems like you know quite a bit about Spirit Shen Emperor Wu. You wouldn't be one of the 3 direct disciples of Spirit Shen Emperor Wu, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at the young man and asked. In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, the young man only smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Duan Lingtian, I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Also, remember that I'm called Yang Hui. Yang Hui. After introducing himself, Yang Hui left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared behind the clouds and mist before Duan Lingtian. If you are, then you are. If you aren't, then you aren't. What's there to be so mysterious about? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly and left the peak of Lingshen Peak as well. He returned to the pavilion where he cultivated earlier and continued to cultivate and comprehend the fused profundity and sword profundity. At the same time, south of the inner land of Cloud Continent, an old man in a fiery red robe looked at the red-clad lady next to him and said softly, "Girl, we don't have much time left. It's time to leave." When the red-clad lady heard this, her delicate body trembled slightly. A hint of worry could be seen on her peerless face that seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Elder brother Duan, where are you? Tian Wu is very worried about you. Do you know that? The red-clad lady was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had been looking for Duan Lingtian for half a year. She was muttering to herself. In the end, she sighed inwardly. Elder brother Duan, my intuition tells me that you're still alive. When Tianwu achieves something, she'll definitely come back to look for you. Feng Tianwu muttered in her heart. The 2 figures disappeared in the sky in just a blink of an eye and headed north. They were like 2 streaks of red lightning that flashed across the sky. Their speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Feng Tianwu left with the red-clad old man, Kai Hua, on the other side of Ruoshui River, 4 figures appeared out of thin air in the outer land of Cloud Continent. Among the 4 of them, the leader was a young girl who looked about 15 or 16 years old. The young girl was dressed in yellow, and her youthful appearance was beautiful. One could tell that she would definitely be a devastatingly beautiful woman when she grew up. There was a hint of slyness in her eyes. With just a glance, one could tell that she was a mischievous young girl. There were 3 children who were 2 heads shorter than the yellow-clad young girl standing next to her. There was a little boy in black, a little girl in white, and a little girl in gold. The black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl looked very similar. It was as though they were carved out of the same mold. They looked like a pair of twins. As for the golden-clad little girl, she looked like the black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl. She was only 7 or 8 years old. Her pink little face was very cute, and it made one want to reach out and pinch it. However, there was a hint of slyness in her eyes that was similar to the yellow-clad young girl's. It was obvious that she was also a mischievous young girl. Cloud Continent, Han Shuanai, Embark. The yellow-clad young girl's mischievous eyes flashed as she muttered. There was a hint of excitement in her tone. She had obtained her father's permission to come out this time. She finally did not have to worry about being brought back by the people her father sent. Sister Xuanai, do you think brother will be able to recognize us when he sees us like this? The white-clad little girl looked very quiet. Although she was young, she already had the potential to become a little lady. She looked at the yellow-clad young girl and asked with her bright eyes. If the 3 of you appear together, Brother Ling Tian will definitely be able to recognize all of you. Han Shuanai sized up the 3 children by her side. A playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. How about this? When we find Brother Ling Tian, I'll go see him first. All of you don't appear first. We'll come out one by one later. I guarantee that he won't be able to recognize us. Sure. Sister Xuanai, you'll see brother first, then I'll see him. Then little white, then little black. The golden-clad little girl agreed with Han Shuanai's words. At the same time, she came up with a plan. Little gold, why should I be the last to see brother? Sister Xuanai, I should be the first to see brother. You should be the last to see him because you're the most disobedient. You're a bad child. The black-clad little boy snorted in dissatisfaction and said angrily, You're the bad child. Your whole family are bad children. No, little white is also from your family. You're the only bad child. The golden-clad little girl called Little Gold made a funny face at the little boy and playfully stuck out her tongue. Moreover, you're a man. Don't you know that ladies go first? I'm not a man. I'm just a little boy. The black-clad little boy said. All right, both of you stop quarreling. My head hurts from quarreling. After we find Brother Ling Tian, you can use rock, paper, scissors to decide who will see him first. Han Shuanai said with a slight headache. She originally thought that she was mischievous enough. However, in front of these 3 little fellows, she had no choice but to admit defeat. These 3 little fellows were the 3 demon beasts that Han Shuanai took away from Duan Lingtian back then. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. Little Black and Little White were the 2 mutated little pythons that had been following Duan Lingtian since a long time ago. After that, they were taken away by Han Shuanai twice. After so many years, they had also transformed into human form. Little Gold was the mischievous little golden mouse that was taken away by Han Shuanai along with Little Black and Little White. Of course, to be precise, it was not Han Shuanai who wanted to take them away. It was Han Shuanai's Qing Nu who wanted to take them away. All right. I'll listen to Sister Xuanai. Little Gold nodded and then made a funny face at Little Black. You impolite brat who doesn't know that ladies go first. Brother will definitely not like you when he sees you. Brother will not like you. Little Black snorted in dissatisfaction. All right, both of you stop quarreling. You're really born to be enemies. Little White stood at the side and shook her head lightly, looking like a little adult. Little White is still the sensible one. Han Shuanai stretched out her hand and rubbed the white-clothed little girl's head before looking at Little Gold and Little Black. She felt a wave of helplessness in her heart. Although the three little fellows before her had transformed into human form and had matured intelligence, their temperament had always remained at the stage of a human child. Besides Little White, who was more sensible, the other two were like children that would never grow up. Of course, the three little fellows had transformed into such an appearance. Unless they could break through the shackles of the congenital stage, otherwise, they would not be able to transform a second time. Being unable to transform a second time also meant that they would only be in such an appearance for their entire lives. After all, before breaking through the shackles of the congenital stage, any demon beast only had one chance to transform. If they wanted to transform a second time, they must first break through the shackles of the congenital stage. Let's go. Let's go to the Skydog Fort to look for that big dog. I told him before I left that if he still hasn't found Big Brother Ling Tian's whereabouts by the time I come back, I'll stew him and eat him. At Han Shuanai's command, she led the three brats towards the south. Big dog. I hope he can't find Brother's whereabouts. I haven't eaten dog meat yet. Little Gold's eyes lit up as she spoke. Me. You only know how to eat. You'll die from eating sooner or later. You've forgotten about Brother just because of a meal of dog meat. Chapter 1237. In next to no time, Han Shuanai brought along the three little fellows and arrived at the ancient desert city in the northern desert. In the Skywolf Fort, the fort master, Qing Lang, was shocked when he saw Han Shuanai return. Fortunately, he told Han Shuanai about his meeting with Duan Lingtian in time. Otherwise, he would have probably been stewed and eaten. The three little fellows that followed behind Han Shuanai looked at him covetously as if they were looking at a plate of delicious delicacies. Three pairs of bright little eyes caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. I should return to the 10 dynasties to take a look first. The clues Qing Lang gave were of no use, so Han Shuanai decided to return to the 10 dynasties to take a look and see if her big brother Ling Tian was still in the Dark Han dynasty. The Dark Han dynasty was the root of her big brother Ling Tian. Little Black, Little White, Little Gold. Let's go. Han Shuanai called out to the three little fellows and took the lead to flash out, leaving the ancient desert city and heading towards the south. That was the direction of the 10 dynasties. After Han Shuanai left with the three little fellows, the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qing Lang, returned to his senses after a short while, and he heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Those three little fellows seemed to not be humans. They gave me the feeling as if I was facing my ancestor when they stood before me. Of course, the feeling wasn't so strong. Qing Lang felt a slight lingering fear when he recalled the scene from before. As a demon that was close to the dog type, his sense of smell and intuition were extremely acute, and he noticed that the three little fellows by Han Shuanai's side weren't humans. Not only weren't they human, those three little fellows that seemed harmless even gave him a feeling of horror. Especially the gazes they shot at him seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to swallow him alive. Han Shuanai brought the three little fellows along and entered the area of the 10 dynasties before long. They went to the Dark Han dynasty and circled around, yet they weren't able to find a trace of Duan Lingtian. For a time, they left the Dark Han dynasty and the 10 great dynasties. They passed through the northern desert and headed north. If Big Brother Ling Tian really left, he should have left from this direction. Han Shuanai secretly guessed. After leaving the northern desert, they continued to head north. Not long after, she brought the three little fellows to the northern mountain land. She finally found a clue in the northern mountain land. Big Brother Ling Tian once stayed in the Lu clan in the northern mountain land. This was the news that Han Shuanai learned. However, when she was about to go to the Lu clan, she heard that the Lu clan had been destroyed and no longer existed. Who is it? How dare he annihilate the Lu family where Brother Ling Tian used to live? Han Shuanai's expression darkened as she muttered in a cold voice. Her eyes were filled with a cold light. If I find out who did this, I won't let him off. I'm going to eat him, Little Gold said through gritted teeth. However, She looked like a little girl now. She did not look ferocious at all. Will Big Brother be all right? Little Black and Little White were worried. Soon after, Han Shuanai found out about another matter. It was related to her big brother Ling Tian. Big brother Ling Tian left the Lu clan before it was annihilated. It's very likely that he crossed the Ruo Shui River and went to the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Han Shuanai learned about this from someone who was close to the clan leader of the Lu clan in the past. Let's go to the inner land. Han Shuanai would not let go of any clue that she could find. She brought the three little fellows and continued to head north. Soon, they arrived at the Ruo Shui River. The Yin-Yang sect's swift boat no longer existed at the Ruo Shui River. It was replaced by the Ling Tian sect's swift boat. Initially, Han Shuanai did not plan to take the swift boat. With her and the three little fellows' strength, the Ruo Shui River was no threat to them. They had crossed the Ruo Shui River to come to the outer land previously. The Ling Tian sect. However, Han Shuanai coincidentally overheard people talking about the Ling Tian sect at the Ruo Shui River this time. Han Shuanai frowned slightly. I remember the last time I came to the Cloud Continent. The swift boat at the Ruo Shui River should belong to the Yin-Yang sect or something. It's only been a few years. How did it change to the Ling Tian sect? This Ling Tian sect has the same name as Big Brother Ling Tian. Don't tell me it's related to Big Brother Ling Tian. Soon after, Han Shuanai and the three little fellows looked at each other and saw the same thing in each other's eyes. What's the Ling Tian sect that you're talking about? I remember the swift boat here belonged to the Yin-Yang sect a few years ago. Han Shuanai landed on the ground and stared at the person who mentioned the Ling Tian sect and asked bluntly, "Little girl, you don't know about the Ling Tian sect?" The person looked at Han Shuanai from head to toe in surprise and said, "The Yin-Yang sect that you mentioned is a thing of the past. The Yin-Yang sect changed its name to the Ling Tian sect 2 years ago." Why did it change its name? At this moment, Han Shuanai vaguely realized that the Ling Tian sect might really be related to her big brother Ling Tian. This was because the time when the Yin-Yang sect changed its name to the Ling Tian sect and the time when her big brother Ling Tian left the Lu clan were only a few months apart. It's said that a powerful person came to the Yin-Yang sect and became the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect after killing the peak master of the Yin-Yang sect's young peak out of anger for a woman. The person who was questioned by Han Shuanai told her everything he knew. After that, he changed the name of the Yin-Yang sect to the Ling Tian sect. Speaking of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, he's really a legendary figure. First, he killed many leaders of first-rate forces on his own. Later on, he recruited a large number of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists for the Ling Tian sect. He sighed emotionally as he spoke. "Do you know his name?" Han Shuanai's breathing quickened as she asked quickly. "Duan Ling Tian." The person who was questioned replied immediately. "It's really Big Brother." Little White's eyes lit up immediately. Her chubby little face flushed instantly. It was a beautiful sight. Big Brother actually became the sect leader. "I want to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect." Little Black's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. "I want to be the great guardian of the Ling Tian sect." Little Gold said, unwilling to fall behind. She wanted to be superior to Little Black. "I want to be the great guardian," Little Black said again. "If you want to be the great guardian, then I'll be the great guardian," Little Gold said. Seeing that Little Black and Little Gold had begun to argue again, Han Shuanai could not help but feel a headache coming on. However, a smile appeared on her face again when she thought about the news about the Duan Lingtian sect. Many people in the surroundings were speechless when they heard the conversation between Little Black and Little Gold. They want to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect. Just these two little brats. In the beginning, they thought it was impossible for these two terrifyingly young children to have the ability to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect. However, when they thought about it again, they felt that something was amiss. My goodness! How old are they? How can they fly? Many people reacted and revealed astonished expressions. If they want to fly, they must at least break through to the void prying stage. Could it be that the cultivations of these three little kids have all broken through to the void prying stage? Even more people were shocked by this. No matter how they looked at it, the three little kids before them were not more than 10 years old. Void-prying stage martial artists that were not more than 10 years old? Could it be that they're demons? Some people guessed like this. However, it was quickly rejected by some people. Look at their pure and innocent innocence, it's completely something that a child should have. Demons that can take human form are basically all old. Do you think they can maintain this innocence? The words of these people obtained the agreement of many people. For a time, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold became the center of attention. Little Black, Little White, Little Gold. We ought to go. Under the gazes of everyone, Han Shuanai called out to the three little fellows before taking the lead to fly out towards the Ruo Shui River, and her figure vanished before the eyes of everyone at the Ruo Shui River. So fast. The group of people at the Ruo Shui River never imagined that the young girl that looked to be only 15 or 16 years old would actually possess such a terrifying strength. Just by looking at the speed, they were able to discern that the young girl's strength was extraordinary. They were unable to capture the young girl's figure, and this indicated that their strength was inferior to the young girl. However, in next to no time, they were stunned. Because they noticed that the three little boys and girls that they guessed to be void-prying stage martial artists had chased after the young girl in the blink of an eye, and their figures vanished before their eyes. How is this possible? I'm actually unable to capture their speed in the slightest. Looks like it's very likely that they're really demons that have taken human form. Because they lack communication with humans and demon beasts, they're able to maintain their innocence. Now, even more people guessed that Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were demons. Han Shuanai wasn't spared as well. After all, a young girl that looked to be around 15 or 16 years old possessed such terrifying speed. According to common sense, it was very unlikely for her to be a human. They're heading towards the Ruo Shui River. Could it be that they want to cross the Ruo Shui River with their bodies? In next to no time, someone reacted and realized that the direction that Han Shuanai and the three little fellows were flying towards was precisely the direction of the Ruo Shui River, and for a moment, they broke out in cold sweat for them. Figures that can cross the Ruo Shui River with their bodies are all extremely terrifying existences. If they're not courting death, then their strength is absolutely beyond our imagination. Someone gasped and said, "They don't seem to have the intention of courting death. In this way, it would seem that they're four extremely formidable demons." Someone guessed, "They should be." His guess obtained the agreement of many people. Han Shuanai didn't know what happened at the Ruo Shui River after she left. She was currently flying swiftly across the Ruo Shui River with the three little fellows and heading towards the inner land. Big Brother Ling Tian is actually a sect leader. When I see him this time, I'll ask him to arrange a position for me to play with. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.